Hello.
This is a test.
Hello.
You're my sun, my moon,
Hello.
my guiding star, my kind of wonderful.
Hello.
That's what you are.
Hello.
Yeah!
Hello.
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 Yeah!
32 months. That's almost 2
Hello?
years.
Can you believe it? Almost 2 years. Holy fucking shitballs.
Hello.
I think I gotta play with your balls.
Hello.
That's bacon bit shits.
Hello. Hello.
Who's hitting the lizard button already? We lizard too hard. Heshed, what's up, man? How you doing? No bacon pancakes on? Did it not play? Did bacon pancakes not make a sound? That can't be right. Did not play. Huh. All right, let me check that out. You hear that,
Hello?
right? Oh, I think it was just very low. That cable got churned down. No audio. It's playing. No, didn't hear it.
Look at these hacking cuties.
Okay. Let me try Jerry arrive again.
Hello. Hello.
I think the effect cue was just volume down. Is that even words? Is that even how you words?
Look at these hacking cuties.
That's Bacon Bits. Hold on. Yeah, just start hitting the machine. Just hit it with a wrench. That's how that works.
Hello, Taco.
You hear it? It's back. We did it, everybody. GG. Audio makes it better. Thank you,
Hello?
mods. What up, Steamy?
That's bacon bitch shits.
Uh-huh. Here it comes. Here he comes.
Bacon pancakes, bacon pancakes. Takes a bacon and I'll put it in a pancake. Bacon pancakes, that's what it's gonna be.
Hello?
Bacon pancakes.
Better? I hope it is.
Hello.
Lizard.
Seriously, do you guys need fucking babysitters? Get in the goddamn flame tower.
Hello.
Yo, what's up, night creatures? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for the lizards. Kaiser.
This world were mine.
Hey, Roma numeral 7, babe, grab it.
Hello.
If this world was mine, take it and if this world was mine.
Wow.
Hello.
Holy shit, you just... What the fuck? What the fuck is happening? Jesus Christ.
What are you doing in my swamp?
You are out of your minds. Oh. Oh my fucking God.
Who brought the knock knock Joe's? Knock 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 Joe's. Knock 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 Joe's. Knock 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 Joe's.
None of us. Stop it. My head. What are you doing? What the hell was that noise? It's never dull. That is for sure. Whatever.
They call me lizard. They call me lizard. They call me lizard. They call me lizard. That's my name. That's my name.
Hello.
Wow. Wow. What came first, the sticker or all these lizards? Where did the... Well, hold on. Wait. Whoa. Hold on. Hi. Where did all this lizard action come from, by the way? Since I don't remember the originating meme for lizards.
Hello.
Hi everybody. Happy Tuesday. Hope you're doing well. Lizards is from a Disney after credit thing. Okay. All right. Promo for an upcoming movie. What? It's that guy? What up, Dan? How you doing? Everybody, hi. Hi. Welcome in. Happy fucking Tuesday.
Hello.
What up, Kaiser? Oh my God.
We're going
Streaking?
Lead chat. Time to get strapped on. The function is
Hello.
open.
You just gonna run around streaking? All right. Hold on 1 second. Where the fuck do I put this? Over here? On this scene? All right. Guys, thank you for the level 5 hype train. By the way, feels like a Friday already. Oh my God, this week is cruising. Just as a reminder, we are doing a giveaway on the 27th.
sleep. I'll go first with your mother and erotically.
Really, CJ? Really? I am noticing. I am noticing the camera exposure is off. And did we test the zoom? All right, that seems better. Camera zoom is not working. Okay, all right.
Hacking cuties.
That's a CJ. Everybody go hit the follow button. Go to your pics and merge section of Discord. I posted a picture you might find interesting. Okay, let me go check that out.
Yeah.
Wait, what is this?
Hey,
I have a permit.
She loves it.
This just says I can do what I want.
You can do what you want.
a little bit of
Lizard.
in my life, a little bit of
Lizard.
by my side, a little bit of
Lizard.
all I need, a little bit of
Lizard.
Taco, Admiral Wild West Dan is coming by. You need to get into uniform.
I am. What up, Bad Tank? How you doing? Everybody, hi. Hi, Nevi. What's up? How you doing? Nevi, you're streaking too? How we doing? We're doing great. How you doing? Genesis, hi. Nice to see you. Kaiser, Bad Tank, Nightblades, Genesis, Omega 7, Danner, Hessians.
Lizard.
Hello.
Oh my gosh. Let's see. Steamy's here, Mushy's here, Mox is here, Mega 7. Joe, what's up, Joe? How you doing? Rusty as well. Holy shit. Skywalker 420. Nice to see you as well. Kungar the Rogue, thank you for the stream streak. Also, CJ, thank you for the resub. 27 months. That's almost 2 years. Kaiser, thank you for the bits. Hessian, thank you for the bits. Mox, thanks for the bits. Kaiser, thank you for the bits. Hessian, thank you for the bits. Kaiser, thanks for the bits.
You forgot to turn me on. I mean, turn the lightsaber on.
Oh. Well, you gotta get over here and I can Black Link is here. Oh my. Oh my god. What up, Jerry? How you doing? It's Songer. And DC, motherfucker, thank you for the resub. Guys are amazing. Thank you. Yeah, let me turn on.
Lizard. 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 Lizard.
Thank you very much for that reminder. Appreciate it. And guys, thank you for all the fucking pre-stream hype. You guys are amazing. It's not lost on me how lucky I am to have you guys show up for all these fucking streams. You guys are amazing. Kaiser, thank you for all the bits.
Am I doing this right?
You're doing
Lizard,
it. You're doing it right.
No, Lizard,
You're doing it.
It sure
Yep.
feels right. Lizard.
Does it feel right? It sure does feel right. Guys, I appreciate you. How are there that many blurps of it? That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out how old this thing is, and I'm just figuring it out. Invalid, what's up, man? How you doing? Welcome in, everybody. Thank you very much again for coming on by, hanging out here. How do you run the blurps?
Lizard.
Okay, that's How do you run the blurps?
Have I told you lately that I love you?
Oh,
Well,
man.
Brother M first 3R_T4C0, I love you.
I love you too, pal. DC, thank you, man. Thank you for all the support. I know there's a ton of stuff going on in everybody's lives, but I appreciate you all for coming on by and hanging out. Also, I do see. Wait. Hold on a second. Did you? All right, I'm just seeing your pics, man. You're doing so much better now. Oh, dude, that's
Lizard Dogo.
Yep. Dogo.
Lizard.
and I know it. Girl, look at that.
Lizard.
Girl, look at that.
Lizard.
Girl, look at that.
Lizard. Lizard.
Oh my fucking god. Thank you very much for the lizard, and I know it, Nevi. Appreciate you. Unleash all the cast. Yes, thank you guys. Thank you for the very, very warm welcome. As a reminder, this is a hype train. See this right here? This whenever you see this thing, this number here, that means it's a hype train. That means every time you do a donation to Sick Kids, whether that's through bits, subs, or whatever, you get more money in your bank account than usual for the giveaway that's happening. Oh my god. So the 27th, we're giving away this lightsaber that's lit up behind me, but also a display $200 gift set, gift card, and then also the Satisfactory gift set. It can butt plug.
My balls!
It very much can butt plug. Bye, Bad Tank. I'll see you later, man. Why are you sorry? It's amazing. Anyways,
Hello.
do your things. Get into the giveaways. Don't need to be here to win. Hi, Nixies. How you doing? What up, Sid? The whole lizard thing is the best meme I've ever experienced. I mean, it's pretty fucking solid. Pretty solid. It's a good sticker. You got a puppy, Nixies. You gotta send pics. You have to send us pics. Videos if you got them. Congratulations. What kind of dog? Blarg. Guys, I appreciate the shit out of you. Here we can see. Oh. Are you upset about this? You're upset? Hessian, you okay? Guys, thank you for that hype train. You guys are fucking amazing. All right. Yeah, so giveaway. Don't need to be here to win. You know the deal. ! Enter which one of the giveaways you want to get into. Enter lightsaber, enter display, enter satisfactory, and then how many tickets. You can do the number 1, the number 5, 7, whatever it is, or just the word max. All right, picture in Discord. We gotta check this out first. So,
Oh,
I guess.
Taco. NW Hessian is placing a hefty bet.
Really? Good luck. Put down 12,345. She's a Springer Spaniel. Cute. All right. Here. This button. So, recently Genesis won a meatloaf holder. What up, Crapple? High five. Oh, okay. Recently Genesis won a meatloaf holder. I guess it weighs 7 grams. I can't tell. I can't tell how many. I don't know. I don't know. It can't be 7 grams. That's like absolutely. Well, yeah, it could be 7 grams, right? It's definitely not 7 ounces. No, it might be. No, it's not 7 ounces. It's 7 ounces. Okay, so it weighs 7 ounces. But I guess. Genesis had some other plans. He wanted to put BBs inside of it. And then afterwards, it weighed 113 ounces. I guess, are you doing curls? 7 ounces, a half a pound. It doesn't weigh that much. It's super light, isn't it? Well, maybe, hey, listen. Maybe I don't know how much things weigh. If it's not in pounds, I almost don't even understand it. It can't weigh a pound. Oh, now it weighs a pound 3 ounces. Oh, I gotcha. 1 pound 3. That's a pretty big meatloaf holder. So I assumed you did this because you wanted it to stay cold. Because maybe the thought process is that the BBs will get cold and keep the beer colder. Did you use it as intended? Because I thought it was a vacuum, so it doesn't transfer heat. But hey, listen, I'd love to hear what your results are. It probably, you know, after thinking about it, probably for the cost, it's probably not a vacuum, because I feel like that would be a tough manufacturing process. But anyways, I'd be interested to hear how it goes. You're gonna both be coding a Minecraft data pack. You're gonna lurk, but have an amazing stream. Hey, Dan, appreciate you, man. It didn't feel like a vacuum when it drilled through it. All right, hey, listen, this is why we do it. To make it sound did not expand. If you use that and your beer gets warm, you're not drinking fast enough. It's a skill issue. Omega 7's bringing the real heat. Bring in the real heat. But anyways, let us know how it goes in testing. Oh my God. Look at this fucking cutie. What's her name? It says the word female right below me. That's how I knew. What's her name? Look at this one. Oh, she's got the eye boogers and everything. Hello? Naya? Oh my God.
All 3s. That can't be right. I have encountered the numeral 3 an inordinate number of times over the last 2 hours.
Echo! Like Gaia. Like
Taco,
Naya.
There's
Okay.
an issue.
Yep.
Free.
Yep.
Free.
Yep.
Evening, beautiful nerds.
I appreciate you. What up, Echo? How you doing? We're looking at Nixie Jinx's newest little pupper dupper. She is a cutie patootie for sure. Is she getting into all the troubles? Oh, who's this? Okay, all right, we're good. We're good. Squeeze.
Taco, I think Admiral Wild West Dan is gone. You
Fair.
can take the uniform off now.
Genesis fair. Oh, also, I don't know if you noticed that I'm a bunch of three. Never mind. Okay. Okay. Echo, thank you for the 333 bits, my friend. More hesitant than trouble, only third day here. Oh, don't worry. They will unlock all the chaos. Val, thank you very much for trying to hook up Nixies with a taco.
Hey, Pesos. Massive legend here.
Yeah.
But where is here? And whose mass is it?
Whose mass is it? You know, someday I gotta turn that clip up. I always feel like that clip is too quiet. Nixies, hi. I appreciate you. Yeah, go slow. Enjoy your drinks. You don't have to, it's not a race, but also let us know how it works. Maybe the Meatloaf Holders mod team. It is too quiet for sure. I have no clue what he says. All right, well, hold on a second. We'll fix it live. Okay. You might go to the dark for a second. Let me see if I can throw on Control Studio mode. This way you don't go to the dark. I come over here to the channel that has him. It's gonna be this layer, and I go find.
Hello.
No, the problem is I don't have a search. I'm looking through them. Vsauce right here.
Hey, Pesos. Massive legend here.
You've got mail.
Whose mass is it?
All right, now here's it's going to keep replaying, so I can tweak the audio. It's supposed to keep playing, so I can tweak the audio. Is it not? It's not replaying. I thought I said replay.
Hey, Pesos.
Whoa, too much.
Here. But where is here? And whose
Then
mass
get your
is
shit
it?
together. Get it all together and put it in a backpack.
Oh
All your
my
shit,
God.
So it's together.
All right, that was a bit louder. I think it's a, you know what? I think it's a shit clip, and I think that's the problem. Save it though. Someday, turn out the Vsauce clip, and not today. Just someday. Actually, today was someday. Now it's a jump scare. Well, it seems like the first part of it when he kicks the door open.
What country you from? What ain't no country I ever heard of? They speak English and what? What? English, motherfucker! Do you speak it? Yes.
English, motherfucker. It was a good volume that time. Sometimes it likes to not listen. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, that's like most of us.
You sure about that?
Yeah, yeah.
You sure about that?
Uh-huh.
You sure about that?
Uh-huh. That was the right volume, was it? Was it? Anyways, congratulations, Nixies. I hope many, many, many years of companionship, okay? Woo! All right, everybody, how are we doing? How is your Tuesday shaping up? What's going on? Where? What do you mean, where? What do you mean, where? How was talking today? Talk is amazing. Good work day, busy. We launched a big project on Friday, so we're kind of in aftercare. You have a new koozie idea if you'd like to hear it? I'd love to hear it. Yeah, so we launched a project on Friday. Big project, been working on it for 2 years. Launched, all went well. We're in aftercare, but we're also adding new features and stuff like that. It's only Tuesday. Yeah, school does start soon. All the girls are getting ready. We're doing back to school shopping. You know, just trying to get all the stuff ready. They're starting to get their class assignments. Starting to find out who their teachers are. They're signing up for extracurriculars, all the things. We're getting schedules. We're trying to figure out who gets to do what and how they get to do it. Release first, then add features. Yeah. Stormy, what's up? How you doing? Stormy's checking in because next Friday, not this Friday, the following Friday, I'm going to be back on the Stormy podcast. So I was just talking about the product launch that we were discussing offline. Get one that can fit a glass bottle. Design wouldn't have to change much, and the black rings grabbed a can would work the same way. Have you tried a glass bottle? Because I thought they did fit. Also, Jenna says, I don't make the merch myself. It's all through a platform called Fourth Wall. And we could check to see if they have one. If they have one, I'd turn it on. We haven't taken a spin around Fourth Wall in a while. So let's see if they have any new product. And then maybe we'll turn it on. Everybody here, make sure to hit the follow button on Storm. Jesus Christ. Meme that doesn't stop.
Collaborate and Blizzard. I sit back with my brand new inventions.
Air Force in March. Holy smokes. Are you gonna let me log in?
Hello.
Mox, thank you very much for the Ice Lizard. Cool cover. What's up, Holmes? Can I not log into my Fourth Wall store right now? Is the internet working? When you guys have to test the internet working, what website do you go to? 2.4 inches versus 2.6. Okay. I'm also getting a little bit of an audio buzz on my side. I don't think you guys are hearing it. Oh, I'm just logging in. It's weird. It's only sometimes products. Create a new product. Design a new product. All right. I think I can show off now. Come over here. All right. So this is the Fourth Wall store. Oh, I'm in the wrong store. Hold on a second. I'm in Timo's store. Go to mine. Go to my store. I was wondering why I look weird. Products. Create new product. All right. Here. All right. So you were saying under accessories, we wanted, no, maybe that's home and living. Home and living. We can have a candle. You guys want a soy wax candle in a clear jar? I don't think you get to change the scent. It's unscented, so it's just a candle. So, does it smell like you?
Hello?
I mean, imagine you can come up with a scent profile. Mucha Moss, what's up? How you doing? The novelty keycap set. Some of these things are like you have to order so many of them. Minimum 500. I would have to pay for them in advance to get them produced, so that's a many dollars. Cloth napkins, wrapping paper. You want your taco wrapping paper? Looks like we have a custom Zine, or it looks like a notebook. Let's see what else we have. It's gonna be under accessories. Where's drinkware? Over here. All right, see if we have anything new. So here is, is the jacuzzi not here? We do have the can-shaped glass. These are cool. Taco toilet paper? Could you really make taco? Did they have toilet paper? Here's the double wall clear glass. Oh, here's the koozie. The aluminum can. Yeah, it says glass bottles. You should see the AI meatloaf holder. Did it make one? If I hit this button, maybe it'll show. No. 7.4 ounces. Yeah, we saw it a minute ago. It wasn't so. Well, they probably took the cap off it, but that still seems off, doesn't it? Yeah, it says it supposedly takes a can as well. All right, I was scrolling on Facebook earlier and found a $200 glass coffee maker that looked really neat. Like Walter White was making coffee. Oh, just like steampunk. Not the angel, but the other. Here's a stainless steel travel mug. Oh, they have an enamel mug with a lip. That's new. Oh, but like a chemistry set? Gotcha. Oh, here it comes. Is the AI not working today? Do we not get AI today?
You got mail.
Where is this thing? Is this thing not on? I mean, a meatloaf, metal beer cozy stuffed with the most delicious meatloaf. 3 people staring at it longingly in the meatloaf while an aging man wearing a taco hat fights them off. Okay. I mean, is that people staring longingly? Or is that they just saw a ghost? That is, I just saw a ghost. Which is amazing. Which I'll take. I'll take 9 times out of 10. All right, so how is your Friday going? Santa made meatloaf. They had Yeti mugs. I don't think they have branded. Well, I guess they do have brands. Camelback is the only brand I'm recognizing.
You know what it is.
Oh yeah? Oh yeah?
Taco Tuesday.
And they have blender bottles. Yeah. What up, Sid? How you doing? Yeah, I just do you guys have the same problem I have?
Hello?
Where you have 5,000 water bottles? Hey, mistress. Can I get back to you in 3 days? You sure can. Check Discord DMs. I don't have Facebook. I can't log in and see. Mistress, hi. How are you? Take a screenshot. Just send me the screenshot. Mistress, what's new? Oh, you're saying can I get back to you in 3 days when I ask how you're doing? Gotcha. I have 2 Yeti water bottles. Toss the rest once I got those. That's fair.
Hello.
Oh my God, the chips are meeting no problem with the models like talk. Is he doing he's doing the Tuesday pirate thing again, guys? Jesus. You didn't ask him to do pirate. He remembers. You somehow gashed your leg in your sleep. I have 1 million. I saw Nightmare Before Christmas water bottles, and now I have 1,000,001 water bottles. Yeah, I have way too many. I have way too many water bottles. But that's all right. It's better than having too many bottles of water. I told him a while ago it would be a pirate on the first Tuesday of the month. He's forgotten this. Wait, he's forgotten what is the first one? I don't think that he does a good job at understanding calendars, right? Like, I would have to like specifically give him the instructions that this is the first Tuesday of the month. This is not the first Tuesday of the month. It's hard to kind of encapsulate how AI works. Yep.
Oh God, my butthole!
Jesus Christ. Listen, as soon as you hear the Discord ding from Mox, you know you're in trouble. You know you're in trouble. Thank you, Mox. I appreciate you. Yeah, no, I mean, we still have people can still add memories to the bot. That was a good one, by the way. This is the coffee maker, I think. Is it just a gravity feed? Or is it heated somehow? Oh, you had it unlocked, but you didn't have to go through you, and you found it. It's fair. That got you. It's Steam. They do it so often. I get phone calls from Discord all the time with like the most cursed shit after it. But I love it. I love it. Thank you, man. Check to review videos. Oh, hold on a second. I mean, it's cool. It's $200. It's not $200 cool. Let's see. It looks like a hookah pipe. I mean, you're not wrong. I bet you it would be better as a hookah pipe. You put it on the stove. You put a stove around the heat source. It boils water, forcing it up the tube. Turn around, and gravity brings it back down. Nice. Are you gonna get one? It feels like we've found like a niche in society where you could just make really expensive, weird things and people buy them, which is fine. But I feel like where we are, like not everybody has the money to buy all the stuff they're buying. If I did, it would be as a present for my mom, but don't think I'll be able to afford it. Yeah, it's you know, like it's one of those things where it just I don't know. I hate sometimes I feel like I'm a curmudgeonly old guy. We were talking about something the other day. It wasn't here. It was another channel. Somebody was talking about buying something. What was it? I forgot what the object was. And I'm like, in a world of things that you need, that does not feel like it serves any purpose. You know what I mean? Oh, you do voice to text? Do you really? That time you buy the lizard. So you feel the way you should feel. That's fair. What up, Gigi? How you doing? I was gonna say, is this the first stream back since when we went? And I'm like, no, we streamed all day Sunday. Well, Sunday morning, right? Yeah.
Hey Taco.
Yo.
Jobin one would like a random trivia question.
I got you. We'll give you real trivia. I've been digging the actual questions. Here. Oh, did we not fix? We didn't fix that. Hold on a second. I thought I fixed it. What was the answer? Pick the nose. Catch me right as I'm digging. Thank you. Let me see. I gotta get the camera working. Hold on a second. I think I gotta restart the camera app again. Taco dig with a gold. I didn't go full knuckle. I hit the edge. Hit the edge. All right. Are you working now? All right. Now you're working. Okay. We can now get on with the stream. All right. Now this button. Try this. There we go.
See chat, time to get strapped on. The function is open.
Pickpockets. Artists or crooks? A character from Charles Dickens' Oliver Twist inspired the term a master pickpocket. Who teaches younger pickpockets the ropes? What's the name of the character? This is not a multiple choice question. I forgot that these existed. Hold on one second. Hold. That question stinks. It does. Well, I mean, you can blame me. That was Okay, go back here. Try this again. All right. Try this one. Harry C. Miller was a world-renowned security expert who contracted with many foreign governments during his career. After retiring to Kentucky, he opened a museum. What kind of items are on display there? Is it A, propaganda, B, currency, C, locks and safes, or D, farm equipment? Guys, you have 30 seconds. Go. This is a straight-up guess. Unless you guys know the story of... What's his name? Harry Miller. You know, Harry.
Hello.
Hey, Sugar Free, GeoMess, Acid,
Hello.
Triple H. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I see you, Dotes, LDDP.
Hello.
How are you guys doing? Welcome, welcome. Acid, what's new, man? All right, correct answer is C, locks and safes. So now you know this. Now you know this. Forever, you shall not forget Harry Miller, locks and safes, Kentucky. Life is good? Glad to hear it, man. What's new? Anything new? Anything good? What's specifically good? Give me a good thing. Don't says it's been a good day. Hell yeah. What about this wish? For the rest of you nerds. All right, a disgusting medieval remedy is making a comeback, and it was used today in some hospitals to treat leg ulcers, pressure sores, and infected wounds. Is it A, leeches, B, live snails, C, maggots, or D, cat piss? Guys, you have 30 seconds. On vacation this week, chilled at the pool all day. Nice. Are you, is it a staycation at home, or did you go travel? No, you can't change. All right, correct answer is C, maggots. The problem with these questions is I think we've done them all several times. All right, so today we're gonna do some oxygen not included. I gotta really kind of figure out what I'm doing. I feel like I'm hitting this mid game where like the requirements and jobs to be done are not so clear. I think start clearing out the top for some solar, getting some rocket infrastructure, getting some better food. You know, the mid game lull, is that real? So I feel like I'm firmly there. So I think a little direction would be good. I think the other thing is we might want to do is, Echo, you can stop me if I'm doing a bad thing. Getting refined metals automated. So we have the copper and the aluminum volcanoes. Maybe throwing a aqua tuner and a throwing an aqua tuner and a steam turbine on them. I don't know. Sauna time for sure. Okay, yeah, we could do that in the basement. I've been playing Oni for the past 2 days. I'm in the early play. What the fuck am I doing? Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Monkey 7, how many hours do you have in the game? Went to the beach house, which is near the beach, but 30-minute, 6-minute drive to the beach. There's some pools, so we hang out there. There's a cabana bar on the weekends and a restaurant there. That's nice. Not many. Yeah, I feel like I'm starting to get things a little bit better. Echo's been a huge help. Echo, the dupe labor's in a much better place. Also, I feel like pulling some more dupes into the colony has been helpful. I think we got to start worrying about food a little bit more. So maybe a Pacu ranch. Trying to figure out how to get fish to be a little bit more automated. Maggots will eat dead flesh. It will not touch living flesh, so you can clean the dead flesh out of a wound or an infected area, then leave the living flesh behind. That's interesting. Was it 50-50 maggots or leeches? That's right. We are doing a giveaway on September 27th. We're giving away this lightsaber that's lit up behind me. And we have a $200 disc plate gift certificate, and we have a Satisfactory gift set. It has the vinyl, the pin set, the sticker set, and then the challenge coin. The challenge coin is actually super cool. I don't know if you've seen it. I thank you. Go check out Rebel Sabers. I gotta unfuck myself. This is the challenge coin. It's got a little doggo. Isn't it cool? And on the other side has a coffee cup too. Oop, almost fell. It would have had a dent in it. It's pretty cool. All right, let's see. What do I gotta do? I just had to do it. Oh, I had to do a stretch. Okay. Oh, thank you much. How's the weather for everybody? Is it cooling off? Is it heating up? We started to get hotter again, so it was chill for a week or two, and it was nice. But today it's 85. But I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining. It is what it is, and it's the summer. We're in the tail end of the summer as well. Oh yeah. So on Friday, I haven't confirmed with Mr. Business Memo, but I think on Friday we're going to be talking about peaking again with Memo and Wubby. 90 is the past due, sending you away. You've had enough this fair. It's been 80 and 90 since like June. 102. Oof. There's a nice breeze here. You're down in Florida too, right, Acid? I guess on the beach there's a breeze. That's nice. Yeah, so Friday is gonna be a peak day, and then I don't know if it's gonna be a Saturday or a Sunday stream this week. Oh, you're south of PA. Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, so the stream schedule this weekend might be a little weird, so I'll try to find a place and a time to put in the hours as always. All right, let's see. Resume game. Uncork it. Get away from. Oh, music is heavy metal rock. All right, everything's on. All right, so we're gonna have to look at the dupes. I think we were in the middle of trying to cool this down, so I think we gotta finish. We gotta finish this over here. We might be pretty close. Did we do power yet? We did not do power yet. What's the maximum wattage rating of these wires? 2 kilowatts. So we couldn't do both of them on one. We'd have to do a separate large transformer. I don't like that. Or it's too late to do it, but sneaking in. Well, no, hold on a second. Echo does this stuff all the time, right? Like we could build a tile here, delete this, put something else here. We'd have to do something weird because the way the heavy watt wires are. All right, gotta be back. I don't know how that would work. I'd have to do something like this, right? Then I can demolish that, put in a heavy watt plate. I think we should do that. Yeah, I think we should do that. Okay, I'm realizing the error in my ways. They won't be able to build that. Just send it through the locks. Really? All the way around? That's like a waste of wire, though. I could pop it in over here. Oh, wait. As soon as I delete this, all that junk is going to fall in. Let's get a sweep command going. I think if I build it this way, then I'll build those two pieces. I should be able to get in there and get this thing working. Also, there's water in here we gotta clear out, I guess. Make sure to vacuum out between the two joint plates.
Hello.
Oh, hold on a second. Yeah, what you're saying is when I pop this open, bad oxygen is gonna fall in here, and then I'm gonna have to get rid of it. Hey, Jolly Green Giant, how you doing? All right, so maybe listen to talk. Echo Daddy.
Why did I come in here again?
What? Jeez. Why did you? Cat. No, Cat. No, you're one of the nice ones, Cat. Don't follow the rest into the darkness. Don't follow the rest into the darkness. Be the nice one. Be the nice one. Cat, how are you doing? I don't know. Do I even want to know now? I'm doing well. How about you? I'm doing fucking amazing. Thank you for asking. All right, so listen to Echo. That just feels like a long wait. That feels like a lot of run.
Hello.
You think I'm a nice one? Yeah, you've always been the nice one. I'm gonna have to make it out of steel too. That's a lot of steel. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, actually, you can use the tool, right? Plus some up and down. That's 2 tons of steel. You wanted to buy this game for a while? It's amazing. It's hard. Easier solution would just be to put a separate, a second power transformer up here and run the wire through. I think that's what we're gonna do. Picking up littles from the airport. Have an amazing one. Thank you, Mega 7. I want to leave enough room for another steam generator, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is it 5? I think it's 5. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, I think that works. Okay, heavy watt wire. What's the rating of heavy watt? 20 kilowatts. Holy shit. That's why people use it. All right, I can run this straight down over here. Conductive wire. Okay. And then that one would be over there. Then I can get rid of the bridge. It's nice. I don't need all that wire. I think that's right. I feel like that's a better way to handle it. First 1,000 hours of the tutorial, right, Acid? This game is crazy. All right, let's, I don't know if we need a second steam gen. We can't even run this one. But hopefully we'll definitely get more, hopefully we'll get more heat in there with this. How much power does this make? 850, so it's going to be power negative. Overheat damage. Well, all the more reason it's copper ore. Okay. Material, change material, gold amalgam, order the rebuild. Okay. Is this powered? It looks like it's powered. If I snip the power wire between the two, right, we don't need that anymore, and we don't need the conductive wire bridge, so let's do that. Okay, we don't have the automation wire. Okay, and we need to start filling this. Why is this like this? Something must have melted. Let's replace this with a what is it? Mesh tile. There might have been something in here that we didn't want. How much refined carbon do we have?
Hello?
26 tons, that's probably enough. Hey, Kebba Wolf, how you doing? How's the challenge going? Pretty good. We have pretty good sustained base. We have I'm noticing the water level has dropped significantly. I'm worried. Am I worried? I am worried. Also, we probably have to start dealing with the multitude of flavors of water in here at some point. Right now, I think the salt water is heavier, so it goes to the bottom, but I don't think that's a forever thing. We got our first cooling loop on the old base, so now we're chill over here. We need to spend some time putting in a solid shaft all the way down here, so the guys are supposedly digging out the shaft. So let's Oh, I see. I see what you did. Yeah. No, I get you. I get you. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thank you for the bits. All right, how do I fill your pipe? It's this pipe right here. Can I just, no, go this way? Okay, get ready with the snippers. Okay, that should bring a fantastic amount of heat into here. Which, why is this a vacuum? Why is this a vacuum? Where'd the water go? Did it dry out? It is steel. Hold on. Why is... Because there's not enough water? Water's boiling? You mopped and swept the buckets. Well, I thought I was removing excess water, but you're right, I did. I'm just wondering if this is going to... This water's gonna boil, or I just need to drop some water in here. I think I might need to put in a water bottle emptier here. But how did it get to a vacuum? Because all the water condensed because it cooled off? And because it cooled off, I mopped it all up, it was dry? All right, I can turn that back on. Okay, that's probably too much water. Did I put too much water in? So we're having a hard time. We're having a hard time keeping the aqua tuner powered now. Now I'm wondering if I should have kept it one loop and just connected both the loops. Cat, is that too much water, you think? No. All right, copy these settings over to here. At some point, it's going to get hot enough to run the steam turbine. And the steam turbine is going to make power, which is going to hopefully keep them going. But it's never going to make enough power to keep them both going. Unless I get it really hot in here. Which I don't think I'm going to have enough heat over here. At some point, I'm going to exhaust all the heat. Isn't there a... Wait, is this the wrong... Wait, was there a better transformer to use? 4 kilowatt. Conductive wire only handles 2 kilowatt. So I would have to use 2 of the smaller ones anyways. Oh, this is the big one. Okay, it is the big one. Yeah, no, Cat, that is a problem, but they don't run the whole time. So I'm wondering if I just try to put 2 batteries up over here. To be honest, I probably could have got away with one cool loop. So I'm wondering if I try to put some batteries in.
Lizard, lizard, lizard,
lizard,
lizard, lizard,
lizard, lizard, lizard. There are batteries over here. Should be all in the same system. It will eventually overpressure, no more heat from it. Do you need it? Your steams and will eventually overpressure. Yeah, so at some point I'm gonna vacuum out all this area, get all the crap out of here. Well, that's the other thing is we should probably run this over here to cool off this room, right? Because if I ran this bad boy, I think we could do, because the idea would be to uncork this, let all this hot water over here, and for us to chill it out so that it could be regular drinking water. That's the idea anyways. Right? Legitimately don't know what I'm doing. I'm just pretending I do. It is just regular water in here. I don't think I care about the polluted oxygen except for the slime lung. So maybe put in some things to deal with slime lung. Once we get all the slime lung out of here, we can close this thing off, I think. Take the copper wire over. Right, so once we clean this all out, deconstruct the liquid pipes. Right, now we got to fill up this a little bit more. So if I do doesn't like that. He likes this. Okay, delete that one for now. Just wait for it to back up. Could probably put a little bit more in it. Does it matter if there's a couple of air gaps in it? Probably not, right? Okay. So then the question is, instead of feeding this with the salt water, maybe the salt water gets thrown into here to be chilled out. I don't know. It may not be worth it, but we're considering all things. Too full. Yeah, that's what I was trying to. Is there slime lung in there? It's too hot for it. Obviously not. If I uncork this though, I wonder if it would just kill all that. Okay, let's deconstruct. There's no reason why not to do this now. It's only a little bit of hot in here. Can we watch the slime lung die? Seems to be doing all right, unfortunately. All right, for the meantime, I think I'm gonna cork this off. We have to get back in here. Well, we have all that clean. Never mind. Hold on, cancel. All right, we should go see what those dupes are. We have, if you're at all interested in joining the colony, there's a channel point redeem for add me to the colony. Feel free to claim it. Oh, they did a good job of clearing out the shaft. We're gonna pull a name in a minute or two. It's the first time we're getting down here. Carbon dioxide. Isn't there a carbon dioxide rocket? I think that's a type of rocket. Yeah, we're trying to figure out what kind of rocket we're gonna make. I was asking Echo if he thought a petroleum rocket was the way to go. So if I don't have a lot of water in here, it will run hotter. I wonder if it will ever have enough heat to run 2 steam turbines. I'm sure there's math I could do for that. I hate that it runs like this though. I wonder if I should scale this back to just 1 and try to figure out how to make the 2 pipe systems work together. It just sucks because there's so much heat in here. I don't want it to eke over here, and I know it's not going to be that efficient. CO2 is the smallest, okay. I don't know, what do you think? Is there a way to get enough heat in here to run 2? I mean, this is 230, so it's just mildly warm. So I don't think this is gonna have this is not gonna have a ton of chill in it. I mean, heat in it. More heat is actually coming from here, which at some point we're gonna move. So I could probably just scale this back to 1.
Hello.
So I could probably scale this back to 1 aqua tuner. Separate the steam room like that. Now just pipe the hot salt water into that room since it can't overpressure, and you don't need to desalinate. It would make salt. But I would have to control how much water I put in here, because if I put too much water, I dumped all the heat from the salt geyser right into the room. Could just drop a pump down here. Do I have to like moderate how? Do I have to moderate how much heat? I mean, how much liquid I put in here? All right, for the time being, let's just snip one of these because this is driving me nutty. Yeah, Sabe's right. Like at some point I run out of hot. Love to riot. So can I just dump all the salt water in here, just like 1 full pipe, or should I like split it? It just feels like it's gonna be too much fluid. Oh, you're saying that these tiles, this room is making this room hot. Gotcha. Okay. I should be able to insulate over like this. Right? Once they make those, I can replace these with insulation and then get rid of it. All right, let's see what we get for a dupe. We're taking good. We need a digging dupe, probably a construction dupe. Did we end up getting a pilot, or are we still looking for a pilot? We probably need to look at the schedule as well. I think I had too many people on shift 1. Arcto is on permanent PTO. Get back to work.
Hello.
All right, we have 5 on the first shift, 4 on the second, 5 on the third. Okay. Hey, relax. What's up, man? The aqua tuna won't overpressure. You just need not to break the insulation tiles. Then you can put some more steam gens in. Okay. No, you're off vacation. You're back to work. You were stressed out after you got locked into. Where'd you get locked? You got locked somewhere hot. You got locked somewhere hot with Mistress. It was you and Mistress. You snuck off somewhere where you shouldn't have been. It was all the way up here, wasn't it? Like you locked yourself in here or something? Ooh, liquid carbon dioxide. All right, hold on. So let me make sure I understand. Also, gotta start pumping this thing out. Deconstruct that one. All right. So my question is, this thing, if I have a full pump in here that's running, what is it? 1,000. What do these things run at? 10 kilograms a second. If I put 10 kilograms of hot water in here from this geyser, is this over 250? No, it's 203. Is the aqua tuna going to be able to heat up the water enough for it to steam? So shit. So as of right now, my base loop is getting warm. For now. Hypocrisy. I'm wondering if I take the return line, we would want the return line to connect here and then loop backwards over. Feels weird, man. Feels weird. You're about doing 3 kilograms a second from salt water. You're saying this thing averages 3 kilograms a second. So that's how much I would have to destroy. But I would have to limit it. So do I have to put a valve on it to keep it to 3 just so I don't flood the room? It's not 1-for-1. Don't forget the saltwater to water conversion. No, we weren't talking about using the desalinator. We were talking about just pumping the pure salt water in. But in order for me to do that, I would have to clean this room out because I can't send that polluted water in there because it would gunk everything up. So what I need to do, how would I do this? How would I clean out the polluted water? Well, I mean, I can make I can make a loop. What I could do is I could separate the top and bottom, right? I could put in a false wall. Right, like, sorry. Right, something like that. Separate the two. Right, I could run it straight over here. And then I can pump from this side over to this side. The pea water won't off-gas when the air tiles are high enough pressure. No, it's not about the off-gassing. I don't want to put polluted water into here. Right? If I put polluted water into here, my understanding is that it's going to make polluted oxygen. It makes clean steam. Oh, you're saying if I throw the polluted water in there, it won't make polluted oxygen? Okay. Got it. If there's enough pressure. Yo, what up, Jackson? How you doing, man? No, can't do that. They actually have to get in there. All right.
Hello.
All right, so I don't need this. We could add a liquid filter.
Hey everybody, look, it's Dr. Major Shithead.
I guess that's the easiest way.
Oh, fuck you all. I'm gonna regret this so bad.
Hello.
So I would need 2 pipes. This pump over here would need to come all the way up, and it would need to feed the spawn. Hold on. I gotta unfuck myself, man? My name is Burnt Orange. Sorry about that, Burnt Orange. Didn't mean to dead name you. Thank you. Thank you.
I have a permit.
You have a permit?
This just says I can do what I want.
I mean, you can't do everything you want, but yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. All right, deconstruct liquid pipes. Thank you for the help with this, guys. Now, we would want to at some point. Yeah.
You sure about that? You sure
Lizard,
about that?
lizard,
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 lizard, lizard.
lizard, 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 lizard.
Oh my gosh. All right, so we wouldn't use this water as a source. When this thing is running, we're actually going to take the water source out of here. Correct? Because this is the clean water generator at that point. But is it going to be cool enough? Is it going to be cool enough? You can combine both. Yeah, I guess this is going to be clean water. It recycles steam to water, so it is cool enough. How cool is the water coming out of here?
Hey Taco. Mushy Squids 420 would like a random trivia question.
The insulated pipe is carrying water at 202 degrees. That's super hot. I was all right. So hold on a second. Let me tell you what my idea was. My idea was to use these pipes to cool this water down to like what I'm can consider a normal temperature, so I could bring it into the base without heating this thing up all to gods. No, I understand that, Cap, but it's not deleting. It's not getting it down to a normal temperature. So I actually should dump. I should dump that water in here. Why do you need water in the base? For food? For survival? Listen, maybe I don't need a lot of it, but I need some of it. Right? Well, I mean, I probably should be getting my way off of it for sure. And you could say, well, isn't it easier to do what I'm trying to do? Isn't it? Well, I assume we need water at some point. I mean, I know my toilets are, a closed loop, so we don't have to worry about that. That's fine. All right, more thinking. We want construction dupe or a digging dupe. That's Amari. Creativity, agriculture, creative pilot. Can't research, that's gonna be bad in space. Can't research, that's gonna be bad. Right, because researching is what you use for the star maps, right?
Time to get strapped on. The function is open.
Do you mean not hot enough to binge about the scene? That's fair. Yeah, yeah.
Hello.
Yo, Variable Label, what's up, man? I don't think the Amari is good. We have to be a little bit more selective about our dupes. Why are these guys running all over the place? I thought we were cracking eggs. I don't want you guys in here. Why are they here? Are they jumping out of here? Because eggs are being dropped in here. It's a locked door. They shouldn't be able to get out.
I got a quarter. I got a rock.
Wait, you got a quarter? I got a rock?
Hello.
Is this egg cracking going bad? What a Viking guy do, man? Is this egg cracking gone bad?
I'm in danger. Because these hacking cuties.
Yes, they are in danger. I don't know how they're getting in here. I'm fine with them being down in here. That's not a problem.
Simply eject any non-compliant dupes into space and replace them with more compliant dupes.
I mean, that's not a bad idea, but I don't need the dupes. I'd rather not eject anybody if I don't need to. Here we want to pick up shells. We also want meat. Right? Did I think that was...
Lizard,
no, it's copper. Oh my god. Oh, they're dropping them on the way to the egg cracker. Okay.
The Pioneer will eject the main freeloader dupe, Geeky.
Oh, no, not that one.
Whatever.
Oh my god. Thank you very much for this sticker, Hessian. Everybody, it's a sticker party. Go crazy. That's a lot of lizard. It's a lot lizard. Guys, thank you for all the stickers. Appreciate you. Been working, wrapping up work. Nice. It was a good day. It's been super busy at work, but a good kind of busy. You know what I mean? All right. It's still super hot in these pipes. This guy's running flat out, which means that the we're overheat damaging now. This is what I was worried about. This water's so hot.
Grab his dick and twist it! Oh my god, dude, this is an MMA fight, dude. Too much. Twist that dick! Twist his dick! Twist his dick! Oh my god. Oh, dick twist!
I was worried that. All right, hold on. I was worried that I was gonna get rid of the heat too fast. All right, just chill the fuck out. Chill the fuck out. Okay, just chill out. Chill out. Okay. Get rid of all that shit. Malping will help with the heat on the refinery. The finished steel is transferring heat to the water, then to the refinery. Gotcha. Okay. All right, so we really want to auto sweep it out. Do we want to drop it in the water to cool off? It would technically heat up the water, but then we're cooling down the water. We're trying to cool down the water. I don't think we're doing a good job cooling down the water, guys. I think what temperature is the water pipe going in? It's going in at 178 and it's coming out at 150. I guess it's technically working.
Sorry, sir. Doing my best.
Is it? No, the puddle was causing the problem? Okay. All right, let's make sure to sweep then. But I could put an auto sweeper here to put it in the bin. All right, we can connect that back up now. Slow heating. Overheat temperature in the granite. Okay, I did it again. Is it just going to keep doing this? All right. All right, let me put a mesh tile below it then. I don't have the power for it. That's the problem. I just keep wasting my well, it is a... Oh my god. Well, the problem is I don't have enough heat. I don't have enough heat in here to really even run one. I'm just in this weird, I'm in this weird place of like, all right, at least now it's not sitting there. It should have drained the machine. Oh, that's the wrong pipe. Insulated pipe. There, I don't think there's any fluid in the refinery. I think it's the wrong pipe over here. Polluted water 235.
Hello.
Should be draining it though, right? Oh, it's got 10 tons of it? All right, hold on a second. Plumbing. Now, I am using this water. It should be 186. Hopefully this is getting all the water out of it. Why is the water not coming out? It should be draining. Is it just that much water backed up? All right, hold on a second. I'm sick of this. Material, change material. Obsidian. Granite. I don't think that's enough. Click empty storage. Okay, now there's nothing in it. Let's mop up. It's not filling from the hot loop. It's filling from the pump that's in here. The water in here, filters not designated. The water that's in here is 180, but we're trying to chill it out right now. That's what this stuff is supposed to be doing, but it has no power. Well, why do you have no power? You have power. You have power from these guys, from the battery. No, you don't. Now you do. Okay. I think I should put more batteries. I don't think I'm ever going to have enough heat in here to run 2 gens. So I think I should just move this conductive wire down and put some extra batteries in. I don't think I'm going to have enough power to run the 2 aqua tuners. But at least I can get some batteries in. Okay.
Hello.
Yo, what up, G-Ferry? How you doing, man? You don't like the large transformers? Now this thing is running flat out. I don't actually need the second transformer at this point. Probably could move the batteries further down. I mean, there is a future possibly where I can feed in here, but we're far away from it. Awaiting coolant. I can now provide you coolant. All right. Y'all working on this thing? Afro, that's nasty. Afro, how you doing, man? So I've been getting a lot of Discord art scammers. You know what? What up, everybody? Hit the follow button, Afro. You know what I've been getting a ton of is people pretending to be large streamers in Discord. And they're like, oh, hey, I've got 200,000 followers on Twitch. Do you want to do something with me? And then I'm like, oh, yeah, cool. That sounds amazing. How about you send me a message on Twitch so I know it's you? Oh, I don't have access to my Twitch right now. It's like, cool. Yeah, ban. All right, so what Say was saying earlier, I think still does make a lot of sense if I can figure it out. And that would be to, instead of running a desalinator and then having to run the A10, right, which is keeping this cold, which is chilling the air out. Okay. Which is keeping the base cool. We have this loop in here that I would like to continuously run. They added a transformer that matches the cables. You mean like this style? So water comes out 150. By the time it's down here, it's still 150. The time it's over here, it's 160. All right, so I think it's coming down. Unreachable build? Really? Yeah, they can get in here. Very hot over here too. Probably should like try to keep the heat from getting over here. It's like a patchwork quilt. Oh my god. Mercury vapors. No, the small transformer is 1K, large is 4. Yeah, no, the Mercury Vapors, thank you so much for the resub. 5 months, Mercury Vapors, thank you. Yeah, the conductive wire here is 2K. The regular wire is 1K. So it's weird having the large power transformer. I mean, the small power transformer, because you have to run a lot of them. Doubling up smalls is 2K? Wait, you can just put in 2 smalls and use conductive wiring, that works? Oh. Huh, interesting. But why would you do that when you have this, the space? Oh, you don't like using the material. You're killing me, Smalls. You don't like wasting the material. All right. What do we have for copper ore? 33 tons.
Hello.
Oh my God. You tried giving Sabe a taco? Okay. Is it reach? How is it unreachable? All right, I'm still kind of at a loss for how to deal with this. Why are you doing the heat damage again? Am I just at the point where it's too hot? It's boiling as soon as it hits because this water's too hot. It's got to be it. All right, this is why we need the industrial sauna. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna dig. Guys, get down here and dig. Why are these 9s? 5s. Okay, we gotta convert this to a sauna. That's unreachable. Sweet. Okay. 5. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's nothing worth in here. Okay, the other thing is to oil. Okay, this is out of oil. All right, we do have to get a pump down here. Or instead, I'll just put a pump down here. How hot is it? 191. I think we'll be okay with gold. All right, power wire. Check Discord. All right, tells you how much hotter you are heating up the fluid in the refinery. Well, I can't make it out of steel. So, wait a second. If I'm understanding this correctly, and I'm probably not, is because it is a material that transfers heat easier, the machine is overheating when the fluid inside is hot. So it's not so much increasing the heat resistance. It's increasing the heat transfer. Maybe I don't understand the concept. Oh, this is what material it's making. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, if you convert the coolant to steam in the machine, it causes the overheat damage. So what you're saying is, instead, you're saying, because the water's hot and I'm making steel, it's heating up the temperature increase in regular water 55 degrees. And that 55 degrees is causing it to to boil and break the pipe. Okay, never mind. I think I follow now.
Hello.
Ichigo Hama, hi. Oh, sorry, I wasn't showing you guys. No, this one here. Can you make the heat displacement tiles yet? Yeah, I sure can make those.
Picture this: a cosmic vacuum cleaner, but it's sucking up all the meat in the universe.
Sure.
A place where the laws of physics as we know them break down. We don't know what's inside, but it's definitely something meaty.
Yeah.
Meaty, moist, deep taco.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I appreciate it, Kebs. Thank you. And it's per material. Yeah, so the steel over here is heating up 55 degrees. So it's very hot. And that's causing it to flash. Gotcha. All right. Now I understand the challenge. I understand the problem. Thank you. Now I need to understand what to do about it. Keb, how was the rest of your stream? Yeah, unless it's cool water, you're going to flash into steam. So all the more reason why this cooling loop has to work. So there's no way you can get an aqua tuner to run more than one steel turbine so that it's not power negative. Even if I used the room, thank you, Kiki. Even if I used the room for the power plant, it uses it does the microchip tune-ups.
You had best unfuck yourself.
Kebby beat the game already? How long were you playing that thing for? We escaped. We dug out of the hole. Was that the first time you played it? Or have you played it before on stream? It was on edge a lot. It's the best way to be. You've never played it? That was one day? Deconstruct buildings. All right, so even if I put it in a room with an engine tune-up, which would be refinement, right? No. Power? No. Utility? No. Refinement? No. What the hell is it? Oh, maybe I don't have it yet. Power control station. I do have it. Power control station. Not under power. I guess it's technically a refinement. takes one thing, makes another, but it's not in here. Stations? There it is. All right.
Hello.
What does this do? It produces microchips to increase the output. Okay, it doesn't tell me.
Stay a while and listen.
Thank you very much for that follow. Followers are anonymous. All right, 50% power output when we're using the tune-up effect. So 50% on this thing is only going to give us another 400. Actually, 400 would get us over the 1200.
Hey chat, time to get strapped on. The function is open.
Wait, wouldn't that work if I did the power up? Wouldn't that get this to over 1200? Oh, it's 1300 for an aqua tuner. Oh. Oh, it says 1.2. It's mostly powered neutral. Well, I mean, it's running constantly because this is over the temperature. It takes refined metal to microchip. Okay. I'm starting to think the easiest path would be, instead of to deal with any of this, just to put an aqua tuner right above this thing. Cool the metal off, use automation to pick up the metal. With the metal volcano. How hot are these? 40. Wait. 4,000 degrees? All right, I guess we're good on oxygen. Did I hook up this thing yet? No power. So most of our power is coming from natural gas. Can they not get in here? Awaiting delivery. Granite. Oh, they can do it from the outside. It's a vacuum in here. That's good. I don't want to go in here then. Is there power on that? There is. It can be slightly power positive. Yeah, I don't mind if it just keeps itself going. I wonder if this is what my focus should be, to deal with getting refined metal instead of trying to deal with the refinery, solving this loop. I mean, I got to cool the water down anyways. I mean, I could probably put a bunch of ice tiles in here. I guess that would work. Why don't I just go shave a bunch of this ice? That'd get me pretty chill pretty fast, wouldn't it? Getting some super coolant. I don't know where to get that. I think that's a space thing. I just haven't had the opportunity to get there yet. All right, I'm gonna raise this because I think this is gonna continue to drip. And it's okay because it drips down into here, which is fine. So I think what I'm going to do is just build in here. Let's just make, let's just have the dupes shave some of that ice and put in the temp shift plates, but we can make them out of ice. No, don't change. Cancel. Now, this is just temporary to stop the thing from busting. Just so we can make metals in the meantime. Then I think, well, rather than trying to get this copper volcano, should we instead try this aluminum volcano? The aluminum volcano is not as hot. Why are you making a mess? Are you stuck? Are you stuck, Arcto? Oh, man. You've done goofed it, huh? Wait, hold on. Okay, this is your way out. Okay. Your dig commands are here, here, and here. If I can get you something to stand on right here, which obsidian is right there, so I can make an obsidian tile right there. Okay, you can get on this and get over here, up, up, down, down, up. Okay, should be able to get out of here. All right, let's auto this door. No, I don't want to auto this door. Once you get over here, though, once you get over here, you should be able to get up here. All right, you should be able to get out of this situation. All right, where are you? Here. Sorry, Arcto, you're gonna make a little bit of a mess and a nap. Okay. All right, let's see if we get another dupe. Medicine, cuisine, agriculture, stylish animal husbandry, piloting, science, medicine, not germ resistant. Actually, not a bad dupe. Right? Tell me this is not a bad dupe. I mean, the stress reaction's not great. I mean, we're gonna need, that's not a bad dupe. While we don't need the pilot right now, we're gonna need a pilot. All right, we'll take him. We'll take him. We got the food, we got the oxygen. Actually, we need him to breathe so that we can use more oxygen so we can make more hydrogen. We still haven't told Echo that we fucked it. We added this as a priority because we're not able to keep them all running. So I tried to be smart. Priority 1 here is the A10. Priority 2 are these generators, and then priority 3 is over here in the gas storage. And you can tell we have nothing in the gas storage. That's because we're not using enough of the oxygen, and not all these lines are moving. We need more dupes breathing. Our oxygen, last I checked, was pretty good.
Hey chat,
right?
Which item do you think we get from the printing pod? There is a prediction up. Please guess, and the winner takes all the tacos.
Take all the tacos. So, in general, I think we're okay. Do we have what we need to make this a reality?
Hello.
Are we just blowing all of our load right all over this thing? It's granite. All right, deconstruct. Let's get rid of it. Let's get rid of it. Let's get rid of it. Now this is overheating. Awesome. Because we're making steam. Hey, Mr. Brain. Did I see your spam overflow in Discord? I did, yeah. I don't know what you were hoping for me to take away from that. We already have it overflowed. All right, we have to chill this fucking area out. We're gonna, same deal. Cancel. We're gonna do. Oh, everything's fucking wet. Everything's fucking wet. Because it's so hot over here. I understand that, Kiki. Thank you. I don't care that trip's down there.
Hello.
Unreachable dig. Hey, Lazzy, how you doing? Welcome in. What a mess I've made. I just want the heat from over here to not make a mess over here if possible. Why did you cut off the cool steam vent? Trying to use the steam for heat because this thing wasn't running because there wasn't enough heat. But that was my thought process anyways, that we would have water, although everybody was like, what do you need water for? And I'm like, I'm pretty sure we need a source of water for the colony. And they're like, for what? And I said, drinking. And they're like, what are you drinking? And then I'm like, well, we're not actually drinking. It's Taco. Yeah, you're right. I don't play this game as often as you guys do, so I don't actually know what I'm doing. and I'm trying. So I was trying to cool down. We were having issues. Building melted. That's okay. We want those to melt. So the other challenge is that our metal refinery kept overheating because the water was too hot. So I ran plumbing to cool the water out, and I said I might as well cool out this water too, figuring it would make a lot of heat in here, and that heat I can turn into power.
Okay, prediction is complete. Please choose the winner taco.
Oh no, I have full faith, even if you knew the game, to do the same thing. I don't understand. All right, prediction. What do we have? We have 1,300 people. 1,300 channel points are on tops, onesies, and gloves. 2,100 on buildings. 4,000 on an Atmos suit. We have 10 on another. 1,000 on wallpaper. So let's see what we get. Ooh, look at that. Pinchabelle jacket. All right, so this would be considered a top, onesies, or a glove. I went all in on building. It almost never wins on building. That's true. All right, so winner, chicken dinner. If you said tops, onesies, or gloves, you have won some channel points. Now we can go look at who won those channel points.
Hey, big hairy thing. Give me
yeah.
the nom-noms that are on your desk. I am a very good boy. I have not eaten any rabbit poop today.
All right.
I am so very hungry, I think I might die. So hand them over, or I am going to shit in the hallway again and watch you clean it up.
It's fair. It's fair. Guys, we're going to have Max stream for a second. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Hey, Max, can you stream for me? Can you stream for me? Max? Max, where are you? I got to go to the bathroom. You went with Chinese food. Come on, bud. You have to, come here, sit in the chair. Nope, come here. Come here, sit down. Up here, up. Yeah, up. All right, you sit down. Okay, you sit down. You stay right there. Okay, you stay there. You gonna help him?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, you just read the names of the people here, okay? Okay.
Me?
Yeah, just say hi to everybody.
Hi, Mistress of Nothing.
Oh, you can get Max a cookie if you want.
Oh. I'm currently kind of taking over. It is a pretty nice shirt. Hi. Oh, you're already sitting. ASMR. Sorry, I turned it off. Oh, you're getting Daddy's seat all wet. Oh, he's getting his seat all wet.
Yum, 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 yum.
Oh no.
Yum, 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 yum.
Hi. Hi, who knows your word? Hi, Geeky Gamer. He did ASMR.
Oh, he did? Nice. Do you want to tuck in? Okay. Max, you stay there, okay? Can you stay there? Good boy, stay there.
He's taking over.
Okay, Max, you stay.
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 All threes.
Man,
That can't be right. I have encountered the numeral 3 an inordinate number of times over the last 2 hours.
Taco, there is an issue. Free. You are doing great, little one.
threes. That can't be right. I have encountered the numeral 3 an inordinate number of times over the last 2 hours.
Taco, there is an issue.
Good boy.
3, 3,
Good boy.
3. I love this.
Good boy. Here you go. Okay, here you go. Here, bud. All right, Mushy, we got you.
I has this many left. T4C0 Jamfast, T4C0 Jamfast, T4C0 Jamfast.
Get all the jam fasts in. All right. So much better. I think I peed my cranky out. All right, eyes up here. Seems about right. All right. Such a graceful dismount. Something like that. Okay, game is paused. Okay, trivia question. All right. This female fashion staple was originally created for gentlemen. Was it A, the bra, B, the stocking, C, the high heels, or D, a corset? Guys, you have 30 seconds. Go.
Hello.
Is the answer C? That's what you guys are guessing right now. That's how trivia works. Mayhaps. All right, correct answer is actually C. Technically all except A. Really? No, wait. Liz told me. All right, what did I miss? A few of you on the dupe list. We're going to go pick up our dupe. We'll name them. You thought Liz was messing with you? You tried all? All right. All right, let's see. Did I miss anything else? Hi, Gingy.
Lizard.
Oh my God.
Lizard.
Guys, thank you for the lizard sticker. Who is that? Kebby, thank you, man. Thought you said you were out of bits, Kebby. Thought you said you were out of bits. All right, I got that one. All right, we're gonna pick up. Did we already get them? We must have got them. Oh, there's pea water all over here.
Apparently Kibby is now spelled Ripton.
Oh, did I not? Oh, sorry, Dan. I looked at the top of the list. I saw Geb's name. Sorry about that. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Hello.
Lizard lives rent free in your head. Sure does. All right. Let's just make sure we're not fucking up too bad. There he is. There he is. All right, are you guys gonna get this job done? We have no copper. We have 11 tons of copper. Trapped? Octo. I swear to God, Octo, you are the one that gets trapped everywhere. Are there dupes that are dumber than other dupes? Is that a thing? Talented. Arcto is talented. I mean, it would be me.
Lizard, 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 lizard,
Oh
lizard.
my god. Jeez. Okay. Oh my god, I got cheese slapped. Dan, thank you very much for the cheese slap. Anybody know the way out of this paper bag? Alright. Alright, now what are we doing? Okay. We're digging down here. We're supposed to be digging down here. Let's give ourselves a rescue ladder. Because Arcto. Right. Okay. We can dig this. Okay. Alright, why? This is granite delivery. Priority down here is 5s. It's fine. We definitely want to do it. There's a poke shell down here. I wonder if I should try to wrangle the poke shells for shells. Alright, this is the start of our industrial brick. I don't like how far they need to go to get to the base. They have to go all the way out here, down and around. We should probably find a faster way for them to get into it. Okay. I see you. Is this the type of scamming where you misunderstood, or was it the device not working? We didn't get paid again. Let's see what happened. Why is it always you? You get C for 166. And then, yeah, it doesn't say it. What is it about your name? So I wonder if I should not do the sauna down here. Why am I doing the sauna down here? Well, usually it's because petroleum's involved. Although running a pipe up for petroleum is not a problem. I could just do it over here to the right. We already have an aluminum volcano right outside. We have aluminum volcano right outside. So I could just put the sauna right in here. Is that a bad idea?
You know that when you drive car drive go fast?
Car
when
drive
fast
go fast.
go car vroom and go fast car go. This is because car super fast drive car go. Wee.
Jesus. Dan. You okay, buddy? Is everybody okay after that?
Lizard, 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 lizard,
Yeah.
lizard, 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 lizard.
Lizard. This is polluted oxygen vent. I don't feel like that's useful for much. All right. Pros and cons. Pro. We actually have the natural gas geyser right here.
Ow! My balls!
One of the problems with our current setup is that we're bringing the hot natural gas into our base, which we don't want to do. Pro, it's right outside the front one of our doors. Con, we'd have to run long pipes from the oil up. We have the copper volcano right here, and then we have a natural gas geyser. So maybe what I do, maybe we will move the polluted water tank over here on the right hand side. We gotta watch out for this. So just so I'm safe. Oh my God.
How about new?
How about new? So.
Hey, chat. Time to get strapped on. The function is open.
Hello.
We drop the water down, I guess.
Was Gucci my lizard? Was Louis my lizard? Was drugs my lizard? What's that jacket my lizard? Doctors say I'm the illest, cause I'm suffering from lizard.
Well, that one can never get played again. I'd be okay with it. Think it in. That guy can eat all my butt.
Look, if you had one,
Sorry, tell. Accurate.
one opportunity.
I thought the stream sticker for the slap is already on the largest size. Checking. 1 second. Stickers. Custom stickers. Stickiness.
Lizard,
Oh
lizard,
my
lizard,
God.
lizard.
Oh my God. Jeez. You guys okay? What is this one? Large transparent? Looks like the same one. Search terms? Stickiness? Feels like the same size? That's not the right one. That's the small one. That's the large one.
Holy shit nuts.
Yeah, why is that so much bigger? Is it because it's not a square?
Beginning to feel like a lizard.
Oh my God.
Lizard. Lizard.
Are these two things happen at the same time? Jeez, what is this? Reptile dysfunction. Oh my God. All right, here's what I think, guys. I think I gotta drop all of this shit water down into a tank. Well, I can just drop it all the way down, actually. I don't know if I really care to do anything with it right yet, but if I just drop it down here, right?
If you wanna be my lizard, you gotta get with my lizard. Make it last forever. Lizard.
Oh my God. All right, I'm nowhere near the Spore Kid, so I think I'm okay. I think. Guys, thank you for all the bits. Is this mostly Dan? Dan, thank you for all the bits, man. That is a lot of lizard. All right, so if I do that, if I drop all that water down, then basically I can use... Thank you, Din. I can't believe they have this many. Why are there so many lizard blurps? You're never gonna watch what movie? Lizards in Paris? I don't want to know what Rule 34 and lizards have to do with each other. The movie the lizard thing is from. Gotcha. All right, so here's my thinking, guys, that I move the left side of the base over to here. Well, it's okay if it jumps in. I move all this water down into a pit back here. This...
I feel like Lizard is the new Tua. I honestly prefer this one.
Yeah, the Hawk Tua girl, she came and she went, and after listening to her try to do a podcast, I was like, and I didn't try very hard, but after watching her try to string together some sentences, I was like, oh, you were funny. You've outlived you've outlived your funny. Oh, you didn't know? I didn't know what. No, I knew she had the rug pull. She's the new press secretary or something? No, she's not the press secretary. At least, unless it's something that happened in the last 24 to 48 hours. She did some dumb crypto thing, right? And she fell out of fame. Wait, something happened in the last 12 to 24 hours? Get the hell out of here. Hold on, news. She's the lawsuit, crypto scam. She launched a meme coin. Not secretary, just the office? What are you talking about? Bloomberg didn't report Hawk Tua is joining the White House. Fake news, man? So that's not actually happening. Although, honestly, wait, how it could be? Yeah. That's so believable because of how I was going to say insane, but I don't think insane is a strong enough word. All right, any reason why this couldn't be in...
A little bit of lizard in my life, a little bit of lizard by my side, a little bit of lizard is all I need, a little bit of lizard is what I see.
Jeez. Is this the sender or the receiver? This is the teleporter, right? Then the other one is over here. This is the output. So this is the one that comes in. So it makes sense for the sauna, the industrial brick to be over here, I assume. If it wasn't for this spore kid, which I'm sure we can eradicate. So do we need to get this out of here? Well, otherwise it's going to create a mess. So, all right, you guys can start doing this thing. We probably want the slime anyways. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, so I'm thinking this is the rocket silo over here. So industrial brick over here. Well, no, we got these two volcanoes. Yeah, they could be side attached. The part I was trying to figure out is this natural gas geyser. I guess we're just collecting this and just burning it, so we just have to rewrite the pipe. We've started trying to collect this one too, although they're not working the project. Well, that is an unreachable build. Building melted. That's okay. This is not cooling this area off. I mean, the aqua tuner is. How much, well, we're still
lizard,
oh my
lizard,
god,
lizard.
Afro.
Lizard.
Oh, the spore kid's easy to deal with?
Lizard.
Afro. I swear to God, Afro, thank you very much for the bits, man. All right, so what I was thinking is...
Lizard.
Kiss my big boy. Lassie, thank you for the lizards. Afro, thank you for the... No, you had to. You literally had to. It was in your contract. All right, I think I start working this thing.
You had best unfuck yourself.
Ow! My balls!
Your balls! I think I start trying to get this thing covered.
Have you heard about the great savior, Lizard?
Our great savior and chief? I sure have. All hail Lizard. Hail Lizard! This should be big enough for a steam turbine. We could get a ladder down over here. So this can all be industrial brick over here. What speed are we going at? We're going super fast. Oh, okay, I keep getting super worried about building melted. Is there a better way to do what I was trying to do over there? Just cooling that area off. I'm just gonna slowly rip this apart. Just let all that gas fall down in here. I don't really care. Wait, why aren't you wearing a suit, mistress? How'd you get out of here with not wearing a suit? Oh, this thing's not locked, huh? No, you can't get in and out of here. You can't get up and out of there. Mistress, what have you done? Mistress, you're gonna have to go on PTO, I think. How did you get out? This is blocked. They can't go down here. Taking a break. Is melting down a building bad? No, it's just the tiles. It's just these tiles are melting. I was expecting this to have a lot more of an impact. Scrublet. All right, everybody's getting in and out of this joint now. How are they getting out? That door. That door. All right, we're gonna put another door in over here. Sorry. We're gonna put another door right there. All right. Can I make you all go home? Okay. Lock this for now. It is locked. It's locked. How are you guys getting out? How are you guys getting out without suits? There are suits in here. There's no way in here. So many comments I want to make about having more of an impact, but apparently I'm one of the nice ones, so I have to be good. You don't have to be anything you don't want to be. What was the poster one? Displate? Yeah, Displate is I can show you. It's a $200 gift card to Displate. So there's all sorts of stuff that you can order on this website. Kaiser, give me an IP. Give me an intellectual property. He's like, I don't care. Stop talking. I'm just gonna go get into it. Give me a name of a video game or a city, Kaiser. Quit being a pain in my ass. Hades. Thank you. So for Hades, they have all of these things. So you can order a 26 by 18 Hades, and I don't know if this shows you, but it's like textured. It's metal. We can put a frame on it, okay, and ship to you for $200. I know Displate. You just wanted to be difficult. Gotcha. Yeah, it's cool.
Maybe not. Maybe fuck yourself.
Maybe that's an option. Something change up here? Nope, they can't get in and out of there. Come on, Arcto. You're going back inside, buddy. There's no reason for you to be down there without a suit on. Move to Arcto. You have a balloon, though. Why can't I move him? Okay, he's going. You too. Such a pain. You are such a pain, Arcto. If I space a dupe, it's you. You're getting spaced. It's unbelievable. It's on priority 5. Okay, you should be able to get up here. Check. You change your checkpoint to allow suits optional coming in. But they should not have a suit. They shouldn't be out there. I just don't know how they're getting out without a suit on. Okay, now they have suits. Oh. How? How are you up here without a suit on? I must have cracked something open over here. How did this get polluted? Well, I guess it's polluted air. Clearance always permitted. Bomb track. All right, this is unreachable. 1, 2. I feel like I'm not getting anything done. Who won the dupe? Oh, I haven't pulled it yet. Let me do that. Pick dupe. Acid! Welcome in. Alright, vitals. Oh, we actually have 2. We have Lindsay and Quinn. So I'll pull another one. Did it just erase everybody's name? It did. It did. Alright, everybody jump back on it. It's 1 point. Get in. What's wrong with the spawn? Never mind. No, that's okay. You can be in here like that. That's fine. It's not a big deal. No, we're still positive on coal, which is good. Okay. All right, there's acid. All right, acid. Sorry, pal. We need you to be running on a treadmill.
Hey, chat, which item do you think we get from the printing pot? There is a prediction up. Please guess, and the winner takes all the tacos.
If I just put this 100, they would just always run, won't they? I said, you gotta go home. You're not cut out for this. You're not cut out for this yet, Betty. You've got bad leg. You got terrible legs. Look at him. Look at him barely moving. Do we not have enough suits? Is that what it is? We're shy suits? Maybe that's it. All right, choose a blueprint. All right, science, medicine, digger. Creativity, digger, medicine with science and a booster creativity. Noodle arms, curative tablets, quick learner, digger, husbandry, agriculture, decreased. Okay. Spawn looks okay. I don't see any issues. Cold plate cold. This is... We're in the 150s again. This is the lowest it's been in a long time. I feel like once we get the water down, temperature-wise, we should be able to turn the pump back on, right? I mean, sorry, turn the refinery back on. I think. Feels like I should be able to. All right, how's the base heat? So it's just since we cut all the heat out of here, and since we're blowing in cold air, we're fine. A little over here. A little warm over here. It's all right. Very warm over here, but that's why we're moving over here. So we're just going to queue up more digs. I was really hoping they would get the fluids dropped faster. Just prioritize this work. If you prioritize this work, we're going to be fine. Okay? All the dig commands, those are the ones you do first. Oh, I actually built this? Okay. Well, we're not going to use it. Maybe we should? I mean, we don't have refined metals. But maybe I should, so this isn't a constant draw. I don't know, what do you think? Because we're burning a lot of coal. We're still coal positive because of all the ranching we're doing, but we are basically converting stone to coal and then burning the coal. No, I know it needs to be inside of a room. I'm just saying whether or not I actually build the room. Like, I would have to tighten this stuff up. Some of this stuff wouldn't need to be in there. Maybe I would put it just around the generator. I mean, I think in the future it would be cool to try to figure out if I could run 2 aqua tuners in here. I mean, sorry, 2 steam turbines in here. I mean, it's 250 degrees. Getting pretty hot over there. Starvation. Kempy, let's go home. All right, let's start working this here. Carbon dioxide, we're gonna blow all this out, my understanding. Make a no, we don't need to. Well, the steam turbine, it is gonna create steam, right? Because we have to eat the heat, so we don't want anything in there that's not, you know. So we should build an airlock for it. And I guess the airlock would just be for this area here. You can come and grow out of here. No, airlock would just be for this room.
Okay, prediction is complete. Please choose the winner taco.
We had 1 on everything, which is good. So let's go see what we get out of the printing pod. Ooh, look at this. Post ear error. That's amazing. Oh yeah, this is something we should talk about. There's a mod that allows us to get custom art in these frames. I was thinking about turning on the AI art generation. I can relens it so it does it all as, you know, like typical art drawings, paintings. That might be pretty cool. I don't know. All right, what is this considered? This is considered not a building. Maybe a building. Maybe it's other. Let's check. Supply closet. This is considered. Artwork is an other, so this is other. Oh, look at the cool art. Oh my god, look at that one. So cool. Some really cool art in here.
Oh my god, it's so right.
Long shots sometimes pay off. Yeah, so this is the other. There was a person who put 10 channel points on other. They just cashed in. Choose outcome other. Who made the monies? Who was it? Summary says Cat put in 10. Got a butt ton out. GG Cat. GG. Is it rigged? It's a little rigged. Cool. Maybe we should hang up smart. We stopped growing the reed fiber. I don't know if should I keep growing the reed fiber? I mean, I can get rid of some of the. I mean, it is a good use of the polluted water, right? Of course, Mistress is struggling. All right. They'll need to get into here too. So wait, are we doing the steam right in here? Yeah, we are. So this is the room that we would put the airlock on. Okay, let's do the double airlock. Right, I think that's it. They look like dog shit, though. Who done it?
I have a son. 8-2 ounces Liam.
Hey, congratulations. Holy smokes. Wonderwell, congratulations. Welcome to the Dad Club. Everybody claps in chat. Everybody claps in chat. Come on. Come on, hit him up. 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 There you go. There you go. GG. GG. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Wonderwell, congratulations, brother. How's everybody doing? Everybody sleeping? Is he doing all right? How old are we? Are we talking a week? We talking a month? Talking a couple months? Days? Hours? What are we looking at? These are the hardest times. As soon as they have your first kid, Saturday, 3 days, bro, you are in the middle of it. Oh my God. Damn is right. Damn is right. Wow, congratulations, man. My wife is sleeping. 2 daughters love it. There you go. Well, all right. You've been on this train. You've been on the train. I'm glad. How old are your daughters? Do they get to participate? Are they old enough to participate in like the holding of the kids? 6 and 3. Yeah. Oh God, they're gonna be in their prime right now, dude. It's a great little crew you got. Congratulations, man. Hopefully everybody's happy and healthy, right? That's all we care for. And bonus, I'm off for 6 weeks. That's awesome. That doesn't happen all the time. All right, what am I doing here? Ventilation. I have a pump on a pump. Well, this is in a vacuum, so that's not going to do much. This one's not connected yet. Has this been analyzed? No, let's analyze. Geeky has to be let out to analyze. Do we let Geeky out? Geeky, you can go out for a minute, okay, pal? Geeky, you can go out for a minute to analyze. Hopefully he's super excited for this job. Look how fast he is. He's just ripping at it. Just rub it, Geeky. Rub it. Geeky, let me out. Now's your chance. Run. Free the Geeky. You might actually finish your 1.0 satisfactory playthrough. Hell yeah, man. All right. We're just watching Geeky to make sure he doesn't get a little sidetracked with anything else. Okay, once you're here, you should be able to get that. Let's give this a good old sweep. Okay. I would love to sweep all this up here too. Okay. While you're over here, at some point, let's close this thing off. Okay. What are you doing? You still just rubbing it? You rubbing it for good luck? You just rubbing for good luck, pal? All right, that pipe is actually connected to these two filters. So what it should do is it should take all of the air, the crap air out, and it will blow the CO2 and polluted oxygen down here. Also, it will scrub out the natural gas. My dominant hand is occupied with my doggo demands belly pets from the couch. Oh, are you kidding me? It's fantastic. All right, did you get it done? No, you didn't get it done. It was the end of your day. It's going to require a second day's worth of... He's so fast. Why is he so fast? I guess he's got a high skill, so just like running around doing errands, he's getting a ton done. Thank you, Mush. All right, let's see if this other dude is any good.
You had best unfuck yourself.
Thank you, Mush. Thank you, Mush. All right, here. I got you. Mushy wants a trivia question. She didn't say that, but she does. All right, giving somebody a Pohipsky inhaler is grounds for being dumped on the spot. This means you A, blew into a vagina while giving oral. B, vaped while doing it doggy style. C, got too stoned and couldn't get hard. Or D, farted while receiving oral sex. Guys, you have 30 seconds. It's a tough word. Poughkeepsie, maybe? Correct answer is D. Farted while getting oral sex. So, trivia D. There we go. Clear. Should just let these guys dig. Nothing over here.
Hey Taco, Katrine Lil Devil would like a random trivia question.
Sure. Here. All right, what is the average age for people in the United States to lose their virginity? Is it A, 14 and a half, B, 21.2, C, 17.4, or D, 16.1? Guys, you have 30 seconds starting now.
It's so chunky.
Oh, it's an 8X. That's huge. 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 Oh, have we not built enough bedrooms? We sure did. We got there's cats all in here. Why? Why are there cats in here, guys? Are we okay with the cats in the bedroom? Correct answer is C, 17.4. Which I don't know. I don't know if that felt right, but it does. I wouldn't have guessed that, is what I'm saying.
Oh my god, it's so rigged.
Is it rigged? But why is it saying that I don't have enough beds? And what is it? All right, we're starting to drain. All right, good news. Who's trapped? Okay. Dig your way out. Should be able to get down from there, right? You can get down too? Yeah, you should be able to get down too. Oh, come on, Mr. Brain. Come on, Mr. Brain. I don't think they can reach this. I get this all the time, even though I have schedules.
_dog_games was not given points. Permission to add to account?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Thank you for keeping them honest. Did he just make sure they answered correctly? Bad Dog type C. Didn't have yeah, as long as it says they answered it correctly. You know what I mean? The bot was supposed to give him points and did. Lizard. Lizard. All right, Geeky. You're done. Get back inside, Geeky. Where are you? I guarantee you Geeky's out somewhere. We still have a Lindsay to name, so we're going to pull that in a second. We're just going to go find Geeky. Where is he? No, he's all right. He didn't go too far. All right, Geeky. You're done. Thank you, Geeky. All right. Choose a blueprint. Silence pilot with a grill. Agriculture, animal lover. Tidying, uncultured, plant murderer. The narcoleptic is bad. Shabby dresser. I don't think it's a big deal. But I don't think we need this dupe. Tidying. Now let's just take the muck route.
Hey chat, time to get strapped on. The dungeon is open.
Okay. Kind of want all this. All right. It's okay. I think we got to keep ripping. Okay, that's still... What is this? There's an iron volcano here. I didn't even see it. Holy smokes. Do we care? Okay, we never got this thing moving. They were working on this. Oh, what happened? Bad dog. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna try to establish a sheep farm, right? Because at the end of the day, you can take sheep and fuck them. Listen, you shouldn't, but you can. Okay. All right. All right. See you, bad dog. Catch you laters. All right. We still want to get in here and do this job. We need to sweep in here. Okay. Then what we want to do is the aqua tuner actually goes in here in this build. I wonder if we need more room. Well, we're going to have to get all this CO2 out of here at some point. So let's just, for the time being, just get in here. I'm going to delete this because I think we put the steam genny up here. Give ourselves more room to, I guess, let the material cool off. Right? I think. I don't know. I think that's what we do. What if instead we convert these to mesh tile here? Okay, we put an aqua tuner steel there. Okay. Wait. The aqua tuner is going to be in here with the hot metal? Right? Wait. Does the... In this... in this scenario where we're grabbing the metal off of a volcano, the aqua tuner is in the room with the heat source. Or do we move it to a separate room and we use piping to get the heat? Do we use like a metal plate to separate the two rooms? Or do we just put the steam turbine right on top of the copper volcano? We don't need an aqua tuner. The aqua tuner is to move the heat around. The heat's here. We don't need an aqua tuner, right? To cool the turbine? Well, that's what I was just thinking. I think I was just going back to what I did previously, which was to use an aqua tuner. I don't think I need an aqua tuner here. I think what we do is we just put the steam turbine right in this room. The steam turbine can cool itself off. No aqua tuner. The volcano is the heat source, right? Now the question is can it cool itself off with its runoff pipe? Just make sure the room is filled about 40 to 50 of steam when the volcano erupts. Ton of steam to surge. Use the opportunity to cool the turbine and the output metal as you take it out. Okay, so what you're saying is put an aqua tuner in here still, but have the cooling pipe cool down the steam generator and the metal when it comes out of the room. Okay. So we still want a separate room. You can send the metal plates through... Wait, you can send the metal through metal plates like you do your oxygen. Got it. Okay. Okay. All right, so this one's going to be a bit different. How many metal plates should I use? It doesn't really matter because they just sit there and they don't move until... Probably should make this wider then, huh? Should I make it too wider? I'm thinking putting the steam generator here to the left-hand side. Right-hand side, put a cool plate. Inside of here, put the aqua tuner. Cool plate. Metal collected through the cool plate. Drop it up here somewhere. 16 plus as long as you loop the metal through. Oh, that many. Okay. Okay, so yeah, probably make this wider. I don't love that. I can make it wider on this side. So the steam turbine, you said 16 plates. So just this would be, steam turbine would be off center. I think that's okay. All right, so these would be my metal tiles. Steam turbine.
Hello.
5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right. Maybe I should put the Angi's power up in here because no one's gonna take me alive. I get you. Let's do this. Let's put a ladder on this side for now. All right, rock out, everybody. Memo's here. What up, Memo? All right, maybe we're drowning dupe labor again. It was a lot of big dig pans. Just let it ride. Let it ride. Let it ride. How we doing over here? We're down to 145. I think we can put the metal refinery back up. I think we can do the metal refinery again. What is that noise? Metal refinery. Make it out of obsidian. Memo, are you still here? Buddy. Guys, make sure to hit the follow button on Business Memo. Was so glad to see you streaming the other day. I don't know what that game was that you were playing. You were having a good time. I don't know if you remember talking about Friday. There is new content in Peak, and you said you might want to play. Guess what, guys? In a booty raid. Yo, what up, Booty? How you doing, brother? Welcome in. Everybody come at Booty. My name's Mr. Taco. This is Shake Your Booty. Booty is amazing. I do, and I would. Hell yeah, man. Booty's in charge of the raid, and it's about to get a little messy in a good way. We bring the energy and the confusion. Are we confused? Anyways, everybody coming in with Booty. My name is Mr. Taco. This is a charity stream. That means we help the sick kids over at Boston Children's Hospital. All bits, all subs, all donations go to them. Booty brought you over on a good night. We are doing a giveaway on the 27th of September. Hello, Delicious. Have a great night, my friend. Yeah, Booty, if you need to raid and run, please get out of here. Do it. Guys, if at all interested, we do have a lightsaber we're giving away on the 27th. A $200 gift certificate to the Displate. It's a company that sells metallic signs. or we have a Satisfactory supporter kit. Has the vinyl record, some pins, the challenge coin, and some stickers. What we're saying is North America shipping only for the lightsaber and Satisfactory. The disc plate, seeing it's a gift certificate, I can ship that anywhere. So guys, go hit the follow button on Booty. Booty, if you need to raid run, get out of here. Love you, pal. Thank you. Hey, Chemist, what's up, man? We're playing Oxygen Not Included. I've been challenged by the one, the only, the Echo Ridge Gaming to beat this game. In no words. You told Booty about this game? This game is, if you like logistics, you like puzzles, you like games that you have to figure out, this is one of them.
Grab his dick and twist
Oh my god.
Oh my god, dude, this is an MMA fight, dude. You twist that dick! Twist his dick! Twist his dick! Oh my god.
The old dick twist. He may rage quit. No, but he's a smart fellow. But listen, it's a tough game. It's a tough game. It is. Don't get confused by the style. It looks cutesy, but it's not. Well, it's cute. It's not simple. It's complex. Oh God, is it Fredable? Fredable. Booty. If you're looking for an automation game, there is none better. This is the automation game. This is the automation of all automation games. I am trying to build. Is it? He does like it dirty. Oh, thank you for that follow. I appreciate you.
Notice me, Senpai. I DM'd you some inspiration.
Oh, okay. You DM'd me some inspiration. Ooh, okay. All right, let me look at this. Oh, it doesn't need to be in metal. Oh. All right, so we're building. So this is a volcano. The volcanoes emit stuff. This one, the one that's on your screen. This is Echo. This emits hot gold, and he's built a contraption here to get the heat, turn it into steam, use the steam to cool down the gold, and then to use these things back here. These are conveyor belts. So what he's basically doing is, this is an auto sweeper that picks up the gold, it puts it here in this box, then this box basically traverses around somehow, and then it deposits the gold up here where these are called dupes, where the dupes can pick it up. But you got to cool it down, and so that's what this room does. This is a steam room that lowers the temperature, because this device churns the steam to water, so it takes the heat out of the water and makes power at the same time. So thank you for sending that. I was thinking I need to send it through a metallic brick structure. So it's actually pretty small. Okay. So you've got it as 1, 2, 3, 4 high. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You have an 8x4. Oh, thank you for including this. So here you can tell the rail system. This connects all the way down here, comes up over here, goes around the volcano, snaky, and then comes out over here. So I assume he doesn't pass the gold right in front of the volcano because of heat, and it would transfer the heat back to it. I'm gonna send a clip to Booty. All right, well, have Booty talk to me. I got him. Note the metal tile and the timer sensor connected to the conveyor chute. The metal stays there until it's cool. Got it. Okay. You're saying it stays here until it's cool. Booty, check out this game. And you got the booty clip as well. All right, hold on. Let me help this for you. You ready? I got you. Fredable. You got this? You ready? You tested his methods. Always test. So Booty's not here. So we'll do this. Beep. We're gonna leave a message right here for Booty. Booty, we're playing a game called Oxygen Not Included. A friend of yours, Fredable, said that you were looking for an automation game. You should get good, but you should also get Oxygen Not Included, and let me show you why. This game is amazing. It is a puzzle wrapped into a little bit of a story. You basically crash on a planet, and your little dupes dig down, and they build a little home. Okay, you have to grow food. You have to ranch little animals. The animal poops you get to use. You have to make oxygen. You have to build little cutesy little beds. Keep it 40 seconds. I gotta go. But Booty, if you don't play this game, I'm gonna be upset. I love you. All right, Fredable, does that work? Just send him that one. He'll figure it out. And if he doesn't figure it out, tell me. I'll slap him around. All right, good. We're getting some of our hydrogen back. Okay, so I think this room's going to be enough. It's going to be enough. Now, originally, I thought I was going to have to break into here. Turns out we can actually just have all this right in here. Okay, let's try this one more time. That. Okay, you're there. You're there. I guess that works. Okay. Nah, Crapple, I didn't want to tell him all the thing. Like, I wanted him to figure it out. I could have told him all the thing. I told him enough to get him interested. Piqued his interest. Fredable, thank you very much for that follow earlier. I assume because you said hi in chat that you would appreciate a little streamer interactive time. Fredable, we like to ask new friends terrible questions. Fredable, would you like your question to be spicy or super spicy? Booty is here. You've been here the whole time. You just saw the clip. Booty, I love your face. Thank you for the raid, man. You should play this video game. You should try this video game. Let me say that. Get the game's steamy ass. Fredable, do you want a get to know you question or a dirty get to know you question? You can have either or both. You can say both if that's what you prefer. Listen, I don't know which way you go, but super spicy. I like the cut of your jib, sir. I like the cut of your jib. Okay, all right, Fredable. This is just to get to know you a little bit. Fredable, have you ever taken drugs without knowing what they were? I don't remember my newbie question being spicy. I have non-spicy newbie questions as well. I used to ask everybody super spicy questions, but I think I scared away some people because of how raunch some of them could be.
Hello.
Fredable, no, I don't do drugs. Wubby, Taco, we just beat the noob. I thought we were gonna try on Friday. You couldn't even wait for me, you son of a bitch. Oh, I appreciate you. Don't do drugs, says Fredable.
Hacking cuties.
That's admirable. Not like the rest of us heathens. I can play more than once a week. It's weird. You can try it with you? You want to try? You want to be weird with me? Damn, betrayed. Right? Booty, have you done the peaks yet? Oh, God. The back guy, did you just lock yourself in here? You can get out. You can... Okay. All right. Everybody's okay? Everybody's okay? Was that to get to know me or my dirty question? That was, well, I mean, if you're gonna tell me that wasn't dirty, I'll go into the, you've made it to the volcano. I've never made it. Oh, okay. Yeah. I didn't beat that there. All right. Fredable. Hold on a second. Yeah, if you're gonna. All right, Fredible. Hold up ads. All right, when Fredible comes back, we'll ask him we'll give him the worst question I can conjure. How's that? Make him eat my butt. Okay, with this being the way it is now, let's deconstruct this here. Booty. Thank you, sir. Booty, thank you for hooking up Fredible with a taco pass. All right, Fredible, you got a question. 1, 2, or 3? 1, 2, 3. Just so you know, I'm not stacking the deck completely against you. You have to pick a number. 1, 2, 3. Well, all right. I see how you like to be. I see how you like to be. No, seriously, 2. All right, Fredible, that's your 2. I'm just saying, you chose this one, not me, pal. Fredible, how often do you masturbate? How about that? Give us a number times per week. Mods, if he doesn't answer, kick him out. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. The answer is yes, dog. 69, perfect. More than 0.
Maybe.
Maybe
not.
Okay.
Maybe
it's
fuck
fair.
yourself.
It's maybe go fuck yourself. Maybe go fuck yourself. It's fair. Depends what's on TV. Me. More than I breathe. Wow. Giggity. Jeez, that's a lot. That's more than 2. All right, hold on a second. Let's destroy these ladders.
Lizard.
Yeah, well, the lizards happened. That's a thing. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna build a steam turbine.
Lizard.
Thank you. I'm gonna put it right on top of the volcano. Okay. Now, Echo, I'm not gonna follow your pattern exactly because I feel like that's, I don't say like, there's no right and wrong way, but I want to learn. I want to learn. Okay, here we don't have any steel left. Okay, we can queue up steel now. 50. Put this up high. Make that 50. How we doing over here? We're down in 140s. 130 over here, which is good. We're eating all the heat. Eating the heat. Okay. For now, just like lock this thing down. Last 48 has been 2. Crapple says once or twice. Once or twice. I dibble. Do you dibble or dabble? Dabble. If I'm awake, it's in my hand. Damn. Wubby, thank you for the lizard sticker. All right, so Friday, Memo, Wubby, peek. We peeking? All right, we need a dupe. Medicine, cuisine, athletics. Eats a ton, loves space. This guy here, agriculture, science, gourmet, can't doctor, and can't dig. We really wanted a digger, is what we've been saying. Let's get pepper seeds. Do we have any research we need to be doing? Well, we're not gonna, we need to get up to space to do research. We should be headed up. We should head up. Why don't we keep going up over here? How about that? I don't know if it makes sense to try to use the wall here for protection, right? But if we can, let's just dig all this out. Okay. Usually, my understanding is the meteor showers go at an angle. I could be completely wrong. Probably I'm wrong. But at least here, we have started to drain all the fluids. They're coming up. Yeah, I just can't believe we totally did not see this sand. That's fine. Okay, they're still not doing this down here. I don't think we need it, but I think we need it sooner rather than later, though. So let's see if they can get back down in here. I don't think there's a reason why they're not doing it. But as of right now, we only have 2 tons of plastic. We probably need more. Okay, there's still shafting over here. There's still shafting. I think we're okay with the shaft for now, though. Let's start trying to get dupe labor back in line here. Cancel. Oh no, all. Cancel. I said all. Cancel. What is this? Just a computer desk? Okay, here's a minor volcano, which we'll need at some point. I tried playing this, we can only get them to do this. Yeah, lucky I have a bunch of people in the community that are amazing at this game. I can't have Taco mad at me. Looks like you've got to play some money. Yes, you just got to give it a shot. It's a hard game, but it's a fun puzzle. Like if you enjoy challenges, like this game gets super pedantic around like what is the melting point of snow? When does hydrogen turn into a liquid? These are all important things because you have to build rockets in this game. To build a rocket, a hydrogen rocket, you need liquid hydrogen. Yeah, the vol gets into base, you eat through half your dirt. Yeah, you're right. I've avoided them so far. What are you? Cool Steam Vent 2? They're telling me about this guy over here. Some liquid carbon dioxide over here. Where are you, pal? Bring out the guns. Bring out the guns. Almost got him. Come on, stick your head out. Stick your head out. You're gonna die. You're gonna die, clown. Where are you? Come on out. I know you in there. I know you. What is this yellow thing? Is that just that tile? Oh, I'm just gonna look away. I'm not gonna be over here. I'm definitely not gonna. I'm not gonna kill you. I'm not gonna kill you. All right, we're just gonna slowly move away. We're not gonna. Fucker. Where are you, fucker? Show up. Oh, God damn it. There's slime, I guess. It went lower? You went lower. There's copper on there. Alright, well, we'll find and murder it. That's okay. So what we're doing is we have to the game is, well, there's a bunch of if you click on this is the printing pod, there's a bunch of things that you need to do to win the game. These are your check marks here. You're going to maintain a 16 morale. We got to build a monument. We got to establish several colonies. We have to open up the tear. We have to breach the tear. And so we're just building a home base here. What's the spider looking thing? It went down. Spider looking thing went down. Well, we have a bunch of creatures here. These are called hatches. They have 4 legs, so not 8, so they're not really spiderish. These are basically a mouth with legs. They eat certain things and they poop coal, which is very useful for me. These are bedrooms. This is called a pip. I don't really know what the pips do. They're like cats. They look for food. What kind of food? Arbor trees, thimbleweed. Oh, he's not in here stealing my thimbleweed, is he? No, Geeky's down here. Geeky's taking these thimbleweeds out because we use them to make stuff. This is carbon dioxide. They can't breathe in here, so when they come down here, they gotta hold their breath. But that's where our mushrooms grow. Mushrooms are food. So yeah, pips naturally plant seeds. Yeah, I think I saw that. I saw Echo using them for something. Okay, what is in here? Carbon dioxide with slime lung. Awesome. Love to see it. Okay, so what this is doing is this thing makes heat. This thing makes heat. And so I'm using these things to remove the heat by making a steam chamber. All right, Fredable, have a great one. Appreciate you. Thank you for coming in. Thanks for saying hi. Thanks for interacting. By looking where he's at, the hidden object tile moves around. Well, let me just grab my guns. Here. I don't see it. Maybe this? Maybe that. Doesn't matter. We'll find him. We'll murder. We'll murder, don't you worry. Alright, have we dropped the liquid all down? We are dropping the liquid down. So now we can continue digging out this entire area. So here's the dig command. Here's my dig command. I want you to dig all of this out. Okay. Dig all of this out. Dig all of that out. Okay. It's going to take you a while to do it, and that's okay. I know it's it's on the space side of the abyss light because it can't dig through abyss light. There you go. Wait, later flight is boarding. Catch you next time. Later, bud. Where's he going? Anybody know where Mr. Dirty Sexy's going? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. He's heading home. These are all temporary ladders, don't you worry. This is why we need a good digging tube, guys. There's so much digging to be done. I've definitely queued up way too many commands. I hope there's granite over here. Discovered a fossilized critter buried in my colony, at least part of one. Does not resemble any of the species we've encountered. Where did it come from? How did it get here? What are the questions might these bones hold the answer to? There's only one way to figure out what the bone is up to. Gotta shake it. Okay, still have not made this up here, guys. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's sweep up in here. Sweep over here. Wait. Is that how they're getting out? No, they have to put a suit on to get outside. Never mind. They're all right. We're all right. It's overheat damage again. It's still too hot, huh? Still too hot.
Hello.
The only way to fix this would be to use the heat that's use the fluid that's in this pipe. Yo, what up, Tag? How you doing, man?
Goodies, hacking cuties.
Good times, good times. Everybody say hey to Tag. Tag, what's new, man? How's your Valheim? How's your Valheim going? I think
the power of cheese.
Power of cheese. Thank you very much for the power of cheese. I think we need to just fight through the fucking damage, man. I don't know if I have an answer. These tiles are not getting it done for us. It's adding to the water here.
The power of cheese compels you.
It sometimes does. I mean, I could take the fluid right out of the steam turbine. I think the fluid coming out of the steam turbine is less, but I wonder if I cooled the machine down. What if I ran? What
about the power of lizard?
Lizard? What if?
Lizard.
What if? How hot is it over here? It's 145. It's still hotter than the fluid down here? No. My thought process was to try to cool this. It's negative 25 down here. What if I ran 2 pipes up here, just ran a small little cooling loop? What about that? Will that work? What if I ran a cooling loop? Packing for the move. Realize the only thing worse than not having access to tacos on Tuesdays is packing up boxes. Did you end up getting a house? I know you were talking about that. Or is the National Guard kicking you out of your house? Which, by the way, sorry for all that bullshit. It looks like fucking shit show. Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna dump this somewhat cool liquid down here. This is probably a bad idea, guys. Listen, every good idea starts as a bad idea. That's just known facts, okay? So I am going to bust these guys out. Just gotta close and get to go. Really? I guess that's congratulations if you got a house. I know you were talking about moving. That is dope, man. That's what I'm saying. This is probably a bad idea, but listen. I'm out of good ones. I'll take a bad one at this point. If we get some fluid down in here, there's nothing really down here we need right now. Could get into it another way. It's cold enough in here where, you know, then we can put a pump down here. They'll be sitting in cold water. Actually, we could one-way pump it. Do we do a loop? Who's trapped?
You had best unfuck yourself.
We gotta fucking space this dude. This one's a special kind of stupid. This one's a special kind. He's a special kind of dumb. Alright, good news is this is an easy solve. Arcto, shoot your feet. Arcto. Arcto. Don't. What do you not? You can't. Oh, it's too. He can't do it. It's abyssalite. Oh, he'd have to go back. Oh, fuck you. Hell, man. Can you dig through here? Yeah, I guess you could. Alright, don't worry about the plant, guy. Okay. He's very worried about these plants. Oh, well, that's a lot to dig through, man. You're not going to get through that all before you die. Okay, what do you have access to? Igneous rock. This is not an actual ladder. I don't think he has the ability to deconstruct. Oh, if I would have dug down here, that would have worked. You have feasted and returned from the patio. Alright, how the fuck do I get you out of here alive? I'm not convinced I can do it, to be honest. Alright, first, cancel all this. Okay. Phosphorite tunnel straight out to here. Is he gonna die before then? All right. How 1, 2? If I could build 2 ladders, how much igneous rock? We have 800 kilograms of igneous rock. He should be able to igneous rock 1 ladder. Here and there. All right, get over it. Get. This igneous rock right here, man. This igneous rock right there. 897 kilograms. Build this motherfucker. Arcto, do you want to die? Arcto, I don't get it, pal. You built this one. I know you can build the ladder. It's an igneous rock. Check the errand. Mr. Brain. Somebody else picked it up. If I do this, will he supersede? Can I cancel Mr. Brain doing it? Can I cancel Mr. Brain? Okay. All right, it's fine. He's fine. I swear to God, this guy, this one needs to get fucking melted. This one needs this one needs to learn. Unfortunate. Okay. Kempy, we got this. We got this, Kempy. We got this. What kind of wire do we have? Just the heavy watt over here. Okay, we're gonna put in a power transformer. I guess we could do the little one, like they were saying. The green is the producer. Okay.
On Taco, RD is requesting to play a game of marbles on stream. They promised to wake all the lurkers up.
You say that all the time, but I don't think you're gonna wake the lurkers up. All right, do we do both to and fro? I think we do.
Marbles on stream?
Hello?
Guess it's time to lurk.
Guess it's time to lurk? I don't understand. I don't understand. Why are we cooling the machine when we could just feed it cold water? Is it better to cool the machine or to feed it cold water? If we just feed it cold water, there's no problem. And then we only need one pipe. And we don't need any of this nonsense. Although, this thing overflows at some point. Izzy, hi, welcome. We're just gonna pump cold water on it. Probably wanted to keep the pipe. Okay, play with my balls. All right. Right. Marbles on stream. Stop making so much noise. Well, that thing. Ooh, okay. Okay. The building will put out heat either way. No, I know. It's just whether or not it's a longer term strategy to not to use the hot water but to cool the building down. It can't really cool the pipe down because it's a pipe. Sorry. Come on, whack it off. I'm just gonna do the community maps because I'm sick of the trash maps. All right, there's 3 maps. Okay. All right. While you guys do this, I'm gonna go run to the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna go quickly start an ad break. You guys can type !play in chat. Listen to the Angry Britishman.
Hello?
All right.
Hey, fuckers, and all you lurkers out there. !play right now because it's time for a ball pit. Taco's balls. Cuddle them, suck them, lick them. !play. Lurkers. I will literally drag you out by your testicles if you don't hit !play.
He will drag you out by your testicles. So what you need to do is you need to type !play. We're going to play a game of marbles. Top 3 get money in their bank account towards to be used towards giveaways. Guys, we're going to run a quick ad break. Everybody hits play. We'll be back in 3 minutes or less. Please, pretty please, stand up, stretch your legs. Go find somebody in your house that you love. Tell them you love them and come right back. See you in 3.
Whatever happened to predictability? The milkman, the paperboy, evening TV. You miss your old familiar friends, but waiting just around the bend. Everywhere you look, there's a heart, a hand to hold on to. Everywhere you look, there's a face of somebody who needs you. When you're lost out there and you're all alone, a life is waiting to carry you home. Everywhere you look.
Night out on the town, $75. So, how about a blowjob?
Getting the nerve to ask such a question? $12 bottle of wine.
Are you crazy? My parents might see.
Come on. Who's gonna see us at this hour? I'll return the favor.
Wait, can you imagine if we got caught? Oh my God, what my dad would do to you.
There's nobody around. Everybody's asleep.
No way, it's way too risky.
Please. I love you so much.
Actually using a line like that? Another $12 bottle of wine.
I just can't.
Please?
Dad says to go ahead and give him a blowjob. Or I can do it. Or if need be, he'll come down himself and do it. But for God's sake, tell him to take his hand off the intercom.
Having a girlfriend whose father has a sense of humor? Priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard.
Now this is a story all about how my life got flipped, turned upside down. And I'd like to take a minute, just sit right there. I'll tell you how I became the prince of a town called Bel Air. In West Philadelphia, born and raised on the playground is where I spent most of my days. Chilling out, maxing, relaxing, all cool and all, shooting some b-ball outside of the school. When a couple of guys who were up to no good started making trouble in my neighborhood. I got in one little fight and my mom got scared and said, "You're moving with your auntie and uncle in Bel Air." I whistled for a cab and when it came near, the license plate said fresh and it had dice in the mirror. If anything, I could say that this cab was rare, but I thought, man, forget it. Yo, home's the Bel Air. I pulled up to the house about 7 or 8 and I yelled to the cabbie, "Yo, home, smell you later." Looked at my kingdom, I was finally there to sit on my throne as the Prince of Bel Air.
Life is like a hurricane here in Duckburg. Race cars, lasers, aeroplanes. It's a duck blur. Might solve a mystery or rewrite history. DuckTales, woo! Every day they're out there making DuckTales, woo! Tales of daring, do bad and good DuckTales. Danger! Watch behind you. There's a stranger out to find you. What to do? Just grab onto some DuckTales, woo! Every day they're out there making DuckTales, woo! Tales of daring, do bad and good DuckTales, woo! Not ponytails or counting tails, no DuckTales, woo!
Welcome back.
Don't nobody go in the bathroom for about 45 minutes.
Who destroyed the bathroom?
Open the window.
Who just... Okay, guys. Thank you. Hope you had a good break. Yeah, that was a weird playlist. Absolutely weird playlist. Okay, you guys ready? If you guys missed
Hey,
it...
fuckers, and all you lurkers out there. Exclamation mark play right now because it's time for a ball pit. Tacos balls. Cuddle them, suck them, lick them. Exclamation mark play. Lurkers.
Hello.
I will literally drag you out by your testicles if you don't hit exclamation mark play.
All right, top three in the Grand Prix win money in their bank account towards the giveaways on September 27th, okay? What up, Otto? How you doing?
Hello.
Turp, Pumpkin, Jeremy, welcome. All right, guys, you ready? It was way more than 3 minutes. Let's go. Good luck, everybody. You're going to go down there, all the way through there, somewhere down there. You're good. You figured it out. All right, looks like Mushy's leading the pack. Oh, shit. All right, we're Tiger. I don't think you wanted to go this way. No. Those are not the directions to travel. Big Kenny. Big Kenny C, looks like you're in first place so far. Arcto and Genesis and Olo all died. There's a Turpentine dead. Burnt is dead. A lot of dying. I grabbed water. What was that move? Who was that? Did you see that fly by?
Oh my god, that's so...
Well, Brett, I think you got lucky and you yeeted over to the portal. There goes the bacon bits. That might be the, is that the community leader? Who is this? All right, Bacon Bits, you're in first place. Mushy in second. GMS third. Lazzy fourth. Big Kenny C, Pino Boy, Kungar the Rogue. And that's it. There wasn't many of you that finished. A lot of DNFs. See all the DNFs? It's tough when I'm on this side. Okay. Next tease. I usually don't get to finish. It's fine. All right. Oh, what'd I do? What would I do? All right, everybody type exclamation mark play. All right, everybody type play. Everybody type play. This is speed round.
Out there.
Speed run.
Exclamation mark play right now.
6.
It's time for a ball pit. Tacos balls.
5.
Cuddle them, suck them, lick them. Exclamation mark play.
Hello?
Lurkers.
4.
I will literally drag you out by your testicles if you don't hit exclamation mark play. 3.
All right, guys, everybody type play.
Hello?
Why is it counting? Because I hit the button. Hurry up. 2. That's what we call the great filter. 1. All right, everybody go. All right, looks like Izzy, Kungar, Quantum Shield, and Pumpkinhead. Oh, the first down the pipes. All right. Quantum Shield is in first, followed by Kungar the Rogue. We gotta make a map. These are terrible maps. These are terrible bads. We have so much experience in marbles, we would make good maps. Not trash maps. Alright, Quantum. Who's that? Who's just decided to pass you? Is that Pumpkin? I don't see them anymore. It says you're in first place still. Whoa. Nice boost. GG. All right, Quantum's in first. You know a game you didn't have to worry about picking maps? Because it stopped fucking working. You can't pick maps. It doesn't exist. I'm not gonna sit there and circumvent a developer who doesn't want to support their app. Like if they basically let the app die, it dies. I'm not gonna sit here and try to fucking. Oh yeah, listen. There's always a solution, but then it's one more thing to fucking maintain, Geeky. I don't need more things to maintain. It's not like it was ever gonna get better. You know what I mean? Like I need another thing to do, like a fucking hole in the head. All right, Quantum, Pumpkin, Otto, Tiger, Kungar the Rogue, Izzy, Lazzy, Who Knows You're Weird, Lackluster, meh, and Big Kenny C. All right, last map. Okay, don't get abducted. You have 3 minutes. Go.
Hey, fuckers, and all you lurkers out there. Exclamation mark play right now because it's time for a ball pit. Taco.
Hey,
balls,
Ashley.
Cuddle 'em, suck 'em, lick 'em. Exclamation mark play. Lurkers, I will literally drag you out by your testicles if you don't hit exclamation mark play.
What button do I hit to get abducted? You just go to West Virginia, and you just drink moonshine in a cornfield, and your likelihood to get abducted shoots through the roof. Ashley, how you doing? How's stuff and things? Happy Tuesday to you. Guys, you have 2 minutes to type exclamation mark play. It's too much time. Happy days, happy days. You do probe me? Probe me? Wow, Liz. Wow, Liz wants to get probed. Hear that, Kebs? Somebody needs a strict probing. Yep. You said it was rather warm in your garage today, huh? Now, are we all? I hear the probing is required. That baguette is amazing. Amazing baguettes. Oh, it's right there. I want to get inside you. Can I get inside you? Can I get in? Let me in you. I'm in it. I'm in it, I think. All right, it left. It left. All right, guys, exclamation mark play. It doesn't want me inside. It's very sad. Very sad. I'm going fishing at Flaming Gorge 2 days myself and Thursday. Super stoked. You sure about it being a baguette? They kind of look like dildos. They are, you know, baguettes aren't that floppy. You're right. You're right. Besides, never mind. I was going to say something, but I'm not going to say it. Actually, it sounds awesome. What kind of fish do you fish at the Flaming Gorge? And we're talking about fishing from a boat? This isn't a term for something else? All right, guys. Good luck. Is smoke a ton of weed. There you go. All right, here's Eliza. She wanted to be first, but she is not first. Bacon Bits, very close to first. Actually first. Uh-oh. Pumpkin's actual first. Whoa, Pumpkin. I don't think you wanted to go that way. No, died. All right, Geeky's on this side. Okay, this is where you gotta be careful. All right, here's the cornfield. Lackluster. We got a Mox just hanging out over here. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Burnt Orange is in first. I think that's the community leader right in front of you. First ever. This is gonna be your first win? Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. Whoa, you almost got abducted. Don't get popped up. Don't get popped up. Ooh, that was close. Burnt Orange, you said that. I can't believe you said that. You're a computer leader in my pants? Sorry? You're not... A, you're not sorry. B, there's no reason for you to be sorry. Mushy Squids died. Alright, what do we got? We got Burnt Orange, Turpentine, Triple H Auto. A lot of people choosing the death solution.
Oh my god, it's so right.
Quantum Shield. Nixie's almost got lifted. Ashley came down the other side. I think Ashley was the last in the bucket. All right, Burnt Orange, nice win. Yeah, lackluster, that's how the game is. Only 5 of you finished. All right, let's see who's on this terrible podium. No, cancel. Finish Grand Prix. All right, in 3rd place, we have Auto. In 2nd place, we have Burnt Orange. And in 1st place tonight, we have Quantum Shield. G motherfucking G. Race winners. Quantum. Burnt.
Oh my god, it's so right.
And Auto. And you guys split 15,000. There you go. GG. Had a lot of death at once. Yeah, that zone moving around causes a lot of problems. All right. Is this too big for a industrial brick? What do I gotta put in the industrial brick? Do I include the Spore Kid? All right, let's start to map this out a little bit more now that we should. Actually, no, we gotta finish this job over here. All right, so here's.
Hey, chat. Time to get strapped on. The function is open.
We had the power turned on. Ashley!
I went to my shed to burn a cone of weed and found this lurking out there. I thought maybe it belonged in here instead. Anyway, here y'all go. 31.
31 months, that's almost 2 years. Ashley, thank you, thank you, thank you. What is a cone of weed, by the way? Ashley, thank you for the support for Sick Kids. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Yeah, we're working on it, Lindsay. We're working on it. I mean, maybe we should just have this thing output its hotness down here. I don't know. I'm thinking about using a Wheeze board somehow, some way. Kona is a big ass joint. Why did you call it a big ass joint? I don't think we need another. We're up to 113 tons of coal though. All right, let's see if we get another dupe here. Research operating doctor with a digging, green thumb, and an iron gut. Another operating doctor with a green thumb. Tidying, research, operating, animal lover, can't build. None diggers. None diggers. Barbecue. Cone is the funnerest. You can't disagree with that. That's for sure. All right. I think we got to start thinking about how do we chill. How do we use the salt? I think doing what we were saying earlier, tossing the salt water in here to turn it into steam and salt. How's base looking? Base still looking chill? Yeah, it's 72. A little hot down here. That's because of this this natural gas pipe. Because of this. Which soon we're going to move all that stuff over here, so that will stop happening. And then these guys will move out too. Because yeah, this heat is going to encroach. We just need, well, I mean, the more heat I put into here, the more steam gens I can run, right? Okay, still working this. Man, this game. What a mess. What a mess. Come on, Acid. Acid, weren't you supposed to be on the treadmill? Yes, you are. Somebody let you leave the house, though. Okay, you no longer can leave. No save rolls. Acid. Wait, we have 2 acids? All right, we got to rename one of the acids. And we have a Lindsay. Let me see. I should make a separate command for clear the dupe list. All right, get your name on the dupe list. We're going to pull 2 names. I'm going to make sure that we don't clear the dupe list when I use pick name. Pick dupe. Edit. Right to file. Disable. I was like, why do we have... Why is acid... Never mind. Never mind. Okay, you guys ready? Pick dupe. Mercury vapors, you're one of the acids. Oh my god, what am I doing? Building melted, that's okay. Alright. You guys can't leave. Let's go find the acid with the good hair. This is mercury vapors. All right, good. I'm glad you're getting down here. What are you picking up? Plastic? Oh, you're actually... Oh, we actually are making the oil. Sweet. Sport kids, watch out for those. All right, good job, everybody. Good job, good job. Shaft dug. Building melted. It's not really chilling, which sucks. I was thinking this was going to cool this place off so much faster. I wonder if we put metal over these things and chilled the metal out. I wonder if that would... I think I'm limited by how quickly this is removing temperature. All right, let's pick the other dude. Sin Sid GG. All right, Sin Sid. Welcome. All right, let's turn that back on. Edit. All right. No power. Why don't you have power? Ah, okay. I mean, when you say it like that, it makes a lot of sense. That's okay. These buildings are melting. It's just ice. We're putting ice in here. Okay, do we have the plumbing? Plumbing. Pipe is blocked. Okay. I'm getting that salt out of there. Still not getting any hydrogen backed up. Okay. This thing not as cold as it once was. Fertilization. Ooh. Well, we have dirt. We have dirt. All right, do we have any steel? Shipping, auto sweeper, steel. Does the steel go tumbling off the side? I don't think so. Okay. Conveyor receptacle. Conveyor loader. Also steel. Yep. Conveyor rail. Also gonna need to be steel. We're gonna need a lot more steel, guys. Turns out this is important. Okay. How hard are you now? Empty storage. Okay. Probably need to cycle the water. Shipping container. This is the hermit guy, isn't it? Oh, we do get him as a dupe. Knock knock. Okay, getting pretty close to... Oh, for a hot second I thought they cleared this thing out. I was like, no. Okay, we can start dicking around over here. Let's grab a gas pump right there. We're gonna want to put in... Oh, we need oil again. Okay, I don't know how long it's gonna sit there. So... Give me a bottle. Wait, what is it? Auto bottler? Where's the bottler? Pitcher pump. That's right. Is that going to stop him from going down there? I don't think so. All right. Ready for a trivia question? Trivia. Get your fingers ready. Get your fingers out of your nose. Here. All right, did your grandmother have dentures? Here's a scary fact that grandma didn't share. Originally, dentures, A, were made from the teeth of real people. B, were often made from horse teeth. C, could cause mouth cancer. Or D, didn't burn during the cremation process. Guys, you have 30 seconds starting now. All right, correct answer is A. They were made from the teeth of real people. I mean, it could be both. We know the quality of these questions, guys. I'm not vouching for the quality of these answers. I'm just telling you what's on the card. All right, what do we got over here? Pilot. Holy smokes.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Yo, Too Legit. What's up, Holmes? Welcome to Legit City. How you doing? Everybody here, if you're not following Too Legit City, go hit that follow button. My name's Mr. Taco, and this is always a charity stream. Welcome. How was your... Oh, you were playing the Satisfactory. Ah, we got a little reversey going on, huh? We finally finished our Extra Life Factory, and we wanted to take a little break. And I've never finished this game. I've never put enough time into it to be able to finish it. So a friend of mine, Echo challenged me, and I challenged Echo in Satisfactory. So he's playing Satisfactory, and I'm playing Ani. You switch games? Oh, I was. You switched. What are you playing? What did you play now? Everybody here, if you're not following Too Legit, plays Satisfactory, plays Ani. He's a heckin' cutie. He does all the cool things. Go hit the follow button. He's a chill stream. It's always a good time over there, and his community is great. Want to apply the taco decoration strats in Satisfactory? So you were doing that? Nice. How's it going? Oh no, you mean you switch games? Oh right. You switch games to Satisfactory. Right. Everybody coming in Too Legit. We do have another giveaway coming up. We have a giveaway coming up in September 27th. We're giving away this giant aluminum prop lightsaber. It's a replica. It's 32 inches. It's milled aluminum. It's Bluetooth connected. All sorts of cool stuff. We're giving that away on the 27th. Don't need to be here to win. We're also giving away a $200 gift certificate to Displate, and also a Satisfactory bundle where we're giving away the vinyl, the sticker pack, the pin, the enamel pin set, and also the challenge coin. It's like almost right on my birthday, but not really, but kinda. Nice. So if you want to get into any of those giveaways by Too Legit dragging you over here, you got a ticket in the giveaway. If you type !enter, you can choose any of the words in yellow: lightsaber, Displate, or Satisfactory, and then how many tickets you want. So you can say enter lightsaber 10, and you would have to have $10,000 in your bank account. You get $1,000 for showing up to a stream to get money for donating to sick kids. Slowly getting buildings up to look like a city. Oh hell yeah, man. Also, Too Legit, if you need to raid and run, take help yourself or others, please go do that. Thank you very much for the raid. We are firmly in mid-game, I do believe. We are starting to get a industrial brick going over here. We have our suits over here, so we're going to put the brick right here. We're digging out everything over here. Who's trapped? Kempy. Okay. Now, you can say this is my fault. You can. That's it. You can say it. Yeah, just go ahead. Just go ahead. Just get down. Fuck you, Kempy. Kempy, honestly, maybe you should die. Maybe you should fucking die. How's the run go before you need to head out? It's going good. We're struggling. We have our metal refinery going, which is good, but we were overheating it, so we've been trying to cool down the water using an aqua tuner and a steam turbine. Mixed results. Base is not too hot. This natural gas geyser, we're dragging this in. It's bringing in some heat. We're about to move this line and the natural gas generators out over here into the industry brick. We're trying to put a copper volcano. We're just trying to build the steel so we can take care of that. We got to chill the fuck out over here. It's over 100 degrees because of this gas pipe. But over here where our food is, it's pretty chill. It's in the 70s, so we made
Taco. Variable Label is placing a hefty bet.
We made a spawn, but the spawn's using hot salt water, and so we use this AETN to chill out some metal, and we're trying to cool out the. Oh, this rock over here is pretty hot. It actually would be much better if I insulated this over here. And that means this is going to drip all over me. Awesome. That's what I was hoping for. That's what I was hoping for. I think there's a trick that you guys do where you corner build in. I think I would have to dig this out. No, I don't know how that works. You making the way? I'm trying, man. We're gonna start putting in a rocket platform over here above the industry brick. So that's gonna be over here, I think. I don't know, man. I don't know. I just work here. But get out of here, man. Get out of here. Appreciate you. Thank you for the raid, man. Everybody, go hit the follow button. Do it. Do it. So now we should be moving the cold fluids in. And these things should be chilled. Right? Because the fluid be cold now. This is where I think I should deconstruct right here and here. Okay. Now that fluid's gonna drop all the way down in here. What's your problem? What's this? Liquid pipe needs repair? Why does the liquid pipe need repair? Oh, it's like -20. Okay. Okay. We should insulate that pipe. I mean, I like that it's -20 because I want it to be cold. I want the water to be nice and cold, but I don't want a broken pipe. Oh yeah, Kempy. Kempy gonna die. Kempy gonna die.
Hello?
Alright. I know Kempy can dig. If I can dig and break the glass, if he can destroy this, alright, he might be okay. Now, Kempy, go this way. Go on the ladder, Kempy. Oh, he's saying it doesn't matter if you get me out of that ladder. I can't get down. Okay. Kempy, that's a long way. Did you take your suit off? I think you should unequip your suit. Well, don't worry about that. We'll get that later. All right, Kempy, right out back to work. Hello, Governor. Oh, corner build. If I build here, then I can build there. I think. Shit! Fuck. Damn it. Piss. Cool. Cool. I love this for me. Well, listen. It's gonna make a mess. Let's deconstruct just the buildings there. No. If anything.
Shit, piss, fuck, cunt, cocksucker, motherfucker, and tits.
Tits, son of a bitch. Goddamn son of a bitch. I don't care if it drops down the shaft, that's fine. Here, hold on a second. Don't go in here. I had good plans. They were the best plans. All right, can I mop? Nope. Okay. Well, we contained the water. Good. Plumbing pipes. Pitcher pump. Knock, knock. All right, cool. Hermit recruitment process. Early contact was successful. Our neighbor seems friendly, though extremely shy. They need a little more coaxing before they're ready. We have to make their place cozy. He needs power. Okay. I do believe our power line's right over here. Who now? Since it, why not? All right, you do you, buddy. You do you. Just pee your pants. I can't do any more for you than I've already done. Does he want all this piss water everywhere? Does he? Dupe time. 11 rocketry. Can't research. Can't go to space. Creative athlete with agriculture. Can't research. Machinery, medicine.
Hey chat, which item do you think we get
Digger.
from the printing pod?
Is that all piss?
There is a prediction up. Please guess, and the winner takes all the tacos.
Everybody, there's a prediction up right now. Can you guess what recipe we're gonna get out of the printing pod? Yeah, Booty. If it's yellow water, it is pea water. So this is a mix. This is polluted water. This is regular water. The whitish water here is salt water. So the game gives you these things. They're geysers of different types. This geyser makes salt water. Why is everybody peeing all over the place? Kempy, why you now? Can you not get back in? How come you can't get in? Is there a problem with our bathrooms? No, bathrooms look okay. Bathrooms look alright.
Hello.
Kempy, where are you? Here? Yo, what's that? What's that? What? What? Yari, was that you? You need to lurk because you're at work? Can you separate them? You sure can, Booty. In the game, we have all sorts of things that we get to use. I'll just show you over here. No, you can't see because of menus. All right, example. Where's a water filter? Where did I use a water filter? Down here. Okay, you see this little thing right here? This is a liquid filter. when you you basically you have plumbing devices. So I'll take out a liquid filter. I'll show you over here. Okay. The liquid filter has 3 holes. It has a white hole, which is the fluid coming in. It has the orange hole, which is the filtered fluid out. The green hole is everything else, right? But it's not enough just to have the pipes hooked up, but you also have to hook up power. So we have power wires that you need to connect as well. So power wires can connect to power wires, something like this, right? So this would get power, and then it would sort its fluids. Not only that, but these are all different types of automation. You could put a weight plate down, which means anytime a dupe stands on it, it begins automation. You could put down a motion sensor. You could put down an atmosphere sensor. You could put down little light switches that they can flip. You could put down thermo sensors. So you could say like, hey, when there's a dupe standing here, the polluted water goes up, otherwise it goes down, right? Like there's all sorts of stuff you can do. The logic in this game is amazing. Stuff that would put Satisfactory to shame. A lot of people who play this game say, oh, wouldn't it be cool if you had this level of logic in Satisfactory? And I say 100%. Booty, this looks super complex right here because you're not in my head and in my save right now. It starts way more rudimentary and you work your way up to it. So don't be too intimidated, okay? But Kempy, why are you peeing yourself, man? So there's all sorts of things. Like every dupe has, you know, are they hungry? How they sleep? Are they breathing enough? Kempy is right now struggling. He's having the worst day ever. I'm gonna tell Kempy, hey, I want you to move to. Just want to see if he can get inside. He cannot get inside. He cannot get over here. None of them can. They can't get across here. See how they can get to here? They can't jump this gap. This is the problem. Okay, so I am going to put a floor tile in so they can walk across it. Mesh tile. Just like that. So somebody's going to run over here and build it. I'm going to change its priority because I'm worried for Kempy. What? Wait, where was it? Here. I'm going to change the priority. Okay, I want them to do this right now. All right, Kempy, unequip your suit. What are you guys doing? Oh, it looks like away team is going to be across between Ani and Satisfactory. Is that single player? I thought.
Okay, prediction is complete. Please choose the winner taco.
Okay, we had 1 on everything. This is very low channel points. All right, can we please, Acid, take your suit off, pal. Honestly, build anything, guys. Just build a fucking ladder. All right, now they should be able to get back into the colony. What are you doing out here, Sinsid? Sinsid, you're too slow. You can't leave. Acid, you're too slow. Go home. All right, here comes all the pee from all their suits. All right, mop it up. So they couldn't find their way back into the colony. So they all couldn't go to the bathroom here, so they just peed right in their suits. And so now what we're doing is we're telling them they got to mop up the pee. Okay, they mopped up almost all the pee. They didn't get that piece there. And I'm playing on like super fast. Here's normal speed. Okay, Everybody's a little stressed out. Kempy almost died. Let's be honest. Yeah, that's right, Mr. Brain. That's right, Mr. Brain. All right, deliver me some suits here, guys. All right, do we have any more P spots anywhere? We good? Okay. What is in this guy? This is polluted oxygen and chlorine. I thought the chlorine would take care of the polluted oxygen germs. I guess it's bouncing all around. And then this is my natural gas, which I'm using for power. These guys right here are burning the natural gas, making more pee. All right, sorry. All right, ready for this? If you chose wallpaper pastel yellow, one person put 10 channel points on wallpaper. They're making out like a bandit. Let me close that prediction out. All right, Mr. Brain pulled back some channel points. GG. All right, how we doing on steel? We got 225 kilograms, not a lot. Mr. Brain's racking it over here. Stormy just came out, right? We could deliver food to the mailbox. Spicy tofu, mushroom wrap, or surf and turf. We can make a surf and turf. Can we make a surf and turf? Well, do we have any meats? Buddy, I thought we got rid of all you guys. Well, here's your meat. All right, and then we kill a fish. Can I tell them not to eat it? Well, we don't have fish anymore. They all died. There's that. All right, never mind. Who says you can't use wallpaper as pants? I mean, you can do anything you want. I must have destroyed all the fish eggs. That was not smart. We had a ton of fish. It's okay. It's okay. It's just little pea rain. It's fine. It's fine. It's just little pea rain. That's not exploding. Okay. All right. Well, listen. We did a lot of clearing today. We got double shafts now. We got a shaft over here, shaft over there. We're getting ready for our industry brick. We hopefully have at least figured this out for a hot minute. We should have more iron. This is pumping out, correct? I believe we're pumping that out. After the mistake. Mr. Brain! What are you doing? What up, Mr. Brain? Welcome. You've been chilling here the whole night. Everybody coming to my brain. My name's Taco. This is a charity stream. Thank you very much. Wait a minute. Oh my God. You're a serial multitasker? Fair, fair. All right, guys, go hit the follow button on Mr. Brain. He was playing Oxygen Not Included. No, he was playing Noida. Oh, I love me some Noida. That's another game that I want to play. I want to be good at, but I got so frustrated playing that one. That game is hella hard. All right, let's see. My brain, 'tis melty. I am gonna see, where do we want to go? Oh man. All right, Conrad is doing the Grounded 2 thing. He's raided over here a bunch of times recently. Let's go bring the love back his way. So guys, we're gonna go see Mr. Constant Conrad. I'm gonna see if he's streaming for a hot minute. Oh, he's on 5 hours. Let me just see if he's gonna keep going.
Only ever had one save up until a couple months ago. Wow. Big steps, crew. Big steps. Nice one. So satisfactory. You make items and attach a belt. Items will travel on the belt. The pull system won't allow anything.
It's easy if everybody helps on the Twitch.
Until a further down machine requests those items, and it only sends what the machine requests.
He's in the middle of it.
Oh, how you going? You streaming for a bit longer? No. Oh, as in a bit. Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right. We're gonna head over to Conrad's house. All right, guys. I love y'all madly. We'll catch you on Friday, if not beforehand. But on Friday we're gonna be peaking. Okay. Guys, I love y'all madly. Thank you for all the bits, the subs, the hype, the love. I appreciate you. Guys are amazing. Thank you. Thank you as always for all you do for me and the sick kids here in Boston. Thank you for showing up. Thanks for saying hi. Thanks for bringing your friends over as well. Love you all madly. Never. I can't tell you how much it all means to me, man. I really can't. Thank you guys. You're amazing. Guys, please do me a favor. Grab one of these two raid messages. Top one if you're a subscriber. Bottom one if you're not. If you're not a follower, hit the follow button. Come say hi again in the future. Thank you for being here. Please go do the same thing when we land at Conrad's. Conrad's an amazing human. He plays all sorts of games like we do. I don't think he plays Oni, but he plays everything else. You guys will enjoy your time over there. I will see you over there for a little while, and then I'm going to go pass the fuck out. Okay? Love you all madly. Catch you on the next one. Toodles!
Hope you are well. What's news with you?